day and night, which is something which enrages all of us, and that is the reason we are all here.
When you talk about doctors, most patients seem to be coming in with the hope that this doctor would save one's life. But you are here neglecting all the services and you're coming here to protest, and that's been one of the criticisms faced by you. How do you think you want to answer that?
I think protesting, fighting for justice is definitely inconvenient. But the fact that we have to go to this extent for the government to address our concerns is very telling of the state of our country currently.
This is the only way to protest, you think. But what are the key demands that you want to lay before the government?
Our demands were very clear. We wanted CBI inquiry, we wanted Central Protection Act, not the act per se, just the written reassurance that we would be getting it soon. And we actually thought that now we are getting justice, CBI has taken over. What happens next is there are goons that come at night and try to vandalize and try to create physical kind of terror in the hospital. You tell us, how can we get up now?
How can they really get up when there are so many atrocities going on, especially Karnataka, not new to the kind of vandalism that most of the hospitals have seen from patients themselves. A Central Protection Act and justice for the victim are the two key demands that have been laid down before the government. When will the government take note is the question that has been presented before them. With camera person Kumar, Pratibha Raman at Bengaluru's Nimans Hospital for NDTV.
So doctors across the country demanding that security protocols be put in place. They're also asking for a central act that can safeguard their rights and also give them better working conditions. We'll get you more voices on that, but now it's time for a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Welcome back. The CBI has submitted its FIR copy today in the RG Kar Medical College case to the court. In fact, it was at the instructions of the court, Calcutta High Court, that the CBI had taken over this case of horrific rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata. Remember that this case has also sent shockwaves across the country, with doctors in different states protesting. In fact, women of Kolkata also came out and walked all night just 2 days ago, which also was followed by incidents of vandalism in RG Kar Hospital. CBI's intervention in this case is going to be very keenly watched, because it also poses many questions on the Kolkata police's role and also speculated cover-up. I have my colleague Saurabh joining us. We will try and connect with Saurabh shortly, but remember But these are the visuals that you see of the protest that took place in the outside the BJP headquarters. Let's look at some political reactions.
ममता बनर्जी साइलेंस करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं. क्लियर पिक्चर. आज हम लोग जो प्रतिबाद कर रहे हैं, ममता बनर्जी बोल रहे हैं हम भी चाहते हैं कि फांसी हो, लेकिन एक्चुअली वो चाहते नहीं है. Our protest will continue. We are going to the High Court. Our protest will continue. Heaven or hell, the world can fall apart, but BJP will protest for Abhaya.
That was Agnimitra Paul, who is a BJP MLA, speaking on the protest that took place today. Remember, the CBI team has already taken custody of the accused, Sanjay Roy, who was known to be a civic volunteer. In fact, the CBI team that visited Kolkata on Wednesday also took him for a medical examination. A forensic team was also brought in from Delhi. The CBI is taking a multilateral approach to this entire case. Let's get in Saurabh for more details. Saurabh, do we have any details about the FIR copy that has been submitted by the CBI? Because we were told that the CBI will look at various angles, including the gang rape angle and also the role of hospital administration in the crime that happened.
Well, obviously it is procedural for the CBI to register a case once it takes over a case. That's the procedure. And of course, a copy of this FIR has been submitted to the court. One must remember, this is a court-monitored CBI investigation. It's just not the CBI investigation. And this is so important. I'll tell you why. Because of the kind of, attention on this case, many, and including the ruling Trinamool Congress in West Bengal, have said that, look, the pace of CBI investigations is often tardy, that cases get handed over to them, but they never reach their logical conclusion or legal conclusion, which is a charge sheet and then an, conviction, etc. And pointing out that the conviction rate of the CBI, etc., central agencies are low. That's the stand of the Trinamool Congress. Now, given that this is a court-monitored investigation, every progress that the CBI makes in this case, even if it's procedural, to a breakthrough in the investigation, you will expect that it would be reported to the court. So the registration of case is a procedural thing. But in the investigation, if something else comes forward, that will be real progress in investigation. But whatever happens, the CBI will have to report to the court on the status, on the speed, and on the progress they've made in the investigation. And therefore, the CBI, of course, has submitted this copy of the FIR.
That are largely going to be before the CBI. Is there a cover-up? Is this an alleged case of gang rape? And is the postmortem, improper?
Rape, and is the postmortem, improper to shield anyone? So in this context, the CBI handing over the FIR to the court is important because the court is also apprised of the progress it has made. It is procedural. Registration of a case is only the beginning of an investigation. It marks the beginning of the CBI investigation. But it is also, it is also informing the court that where is this investigation going or what is the status of the investigation.
Saurabh, also tell us a little bit about what the CBI team actually did when they were in Kolkata, because I remember them arriving in Kolkata on Wednesday. They had an FSL team along with them. They interrogated not just the doctors in RG Kar, but also the batchmates of the doctor who was brutally raped and murdered. And of course, the Kolkata police also made its submissions. So what kind of initiative and what kind of process took place in the last few days in the run-up to the submission of this FIR?
Well, the thing to note is the progress in the investigation. Where is this investigation going? It's very, of course, it's been handed over to the CBI on the orders of the Calcutta High Court. And the Calcutta High Court has taken very strong note of this case particularly. It handed over the case to the CBI, making an observation in its order that there is fear that evidence could be tampered with. And therefore, when the Calcutta High Court hands over the case to the CBI has to show progress. Remember, political parties like the Trinamool Congress are already going to be out on the streets demanding capital punishment for the accused. And therefore, the CBI at this stage or at any other stage of this investigation and progress of the investigation cannot be seen as tardy or lacking in progress. And therefore, what the CBI has done is, of course, it has to start recording statements 27 statements were recorded by the police itself. That's what was submitted in the Calcutta High Court by the State Council of the West Bengal government, and therefore after that the CBI registers case. It has to collect forensic evidence, which it did already. We saw that CBI team arriving, and then of course the further investigation, what we're also being given to understand that and I believe this has been submitted in court, so I'm not sure if it has been though, but that one of the things that the CBI investigation will look at is of course the former principal Shandip Ghosh, who of course is very important in all of this, and I'll quickly explain why he's important. One of the things again to note from the Calcutta High Court order is the manner in which the Calcutta High Court treated Shandip Ghosh, because they said, why hasn't his statement been recorded yet? They asked the police that question, and therefore we're being told that the CBI has also issued a notice to Shandip Ghosh, who's the former principal. Shandip Ghosh has come under attack from even leaders of the Trinamool Congress. Shantanu Sen has said that Mamata Banerjee has made progress in several medical colleges and hospitals, but this college had complaints and this needs to be looked at. Clearly targeting Shandip Ghosh, and Shandip Ghosh is someone whom the students have blamed. He seems to be a person who's really someone who needs to be acted against as far as the Trinamool is concerned, as far as I beg your pardon, as far as the students are concerned, who've also raised their complaints against this former principal.
Right. Also, sort of quickly explain to us what is the political fallout of this issue been like, because we see both the BJP and the CPM exerting a lot of pressure on the TMC, but there's also social pressure because this is Kolkata, where the TMC was known to be very strong, but women are walking at night, reclaiming the night and reclaiming the city, and also asking some very tough questions from the government. So what's been the political and social fallout of this episode?
Look, of course, there are political protests. You just saw the BJP protest behind me. There's one going to be held by Mamata Banerjee herself, demanding capital punishment for the accused in this case. But I think what also needs to be noted is the social sort of impact. And I, for one, at least saw on the intervening night between 14th and 15th August, when India was on the eve of its Independence Day, thousands of women, no political affiliation, perhaps not even a single political bone in their body, but obviously coming out on the streets because they were aghast at the brutality of this incident. And that is something that is clear. And we were in Jadavpur, we were also, after that of course we had to rush to Arjikar because that vandalism took place, but it was quite clear that there was a certain sense of anger. And the anger was over not only the fact that, this is a doctor and this is a larger question of security for the medical fraternity, but the fact that this was seen as an assault on a woman who was at her workplace, which is this hospital. And that has led to a lot of sort of outpouring of anger as well. Now, obviously, some of that anger at the receiving end is the Trinamool Congress. It is the ruling government, the ruling dispensation, and therefore, a part of that anger would be directed towards the Trinamool Congress government. But, politically speaking, the Trinamool also says that this is, Derek O'Brien, for example, described it as bestial. So obviously, the Trinamool also making sure that, they don't want to be seen as, protecting the accused, even though questions have been raised over, like I said, this person, Shandip Ghosh, his reinstatement did raise questions. That was a sore point. That was something that a lot of people, including within the Trinamool Congress, also, perhaps were not or were very uncomfortable with. And in fact, Shantanu Sen came out and said that, there are complaints against this man. But in all of this, what we also know is that, politically everyone will want to be seen as, on the side of those who are angry over what has happened in Arjikar Medical College and Hospital.
Right. Thank you, Saurav, for getting us those critical details. There's an update on that. CBI has submitted the FIR to the court. This is with regard to the horrific rape and murder case that happened in Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. That also led to protests across the country, with doctors seeking not just safety protocols, but also a central law that will safeguard their safety. Women also came out in large numbers, and they walked the streets of Kolkata just before Independence Day, demanding answers from the state government. Moving on to other stories. Ukraine's President Zelensky has claimed Kyiv's troops have full control now over the Russian town of Sudzha, which has a river population of 5,000 people and contains infrastructure pumping Russian gas towards Europe. In fact, Sudzha, which is roughly 10 kilometers inside Russian territory, is the biggest of 80 settlements that Ukraine claims to have taken during the 10 days since its surprise incursion into Russian territory began. Ukraine has set up a military administrative office in Russia's western Kursk region, where its surprise incursion into Russia's territory continues, according to its top military commander, General Alexander Syrskyi. He said that the office would maintain law and order and meet the immediate needs of the population in the area. Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belousov has said that Moscow will now send reinforcements to safeguard the population in this part of the country.
Головком доповів, щодо операції в Курській області є нове просування, є нове поповнення нашого обмінного фонду. Також генерал Сирський доповів про завершення звільнення міста Суджа від російських військових. І там зараз створюється українська військова комендатура. Звільнені також іще кілька населених пунктів, загалом вже більше ніж 80. Я дякую кожному нашому воїну, який все це забезпечує. Молодці!
Meanwhile, international mediators held a new round of talks aimed at halting the Israel-Hamas war and securing the release of scores of hostages, with a potential deal seen as the best hope of heading off an even larger regional conflict. The US, Qatar and Egypt met with an Israeli delegation in Qatar as the Palestinian death toll from the more than 10-month-old war climbed to over 40,000 deaths, according to Gaza health authorities. Hamas, which didn't participate directly, accuses Israel of adding new demands to a previous proposal that had US and international support and to which Hamas had agreed in principle. A ceasefire in Gaza would likely calm tensions across this part of the world. Diplomats hope that it would persuade Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah to hold off on retaliating for the killing of a top Hezbollah commander in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut and of Hamas's top political leader in an explosion in Tehran.
Volker Turk, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, said that today marks a grim milestone for the world, with 40,000 Palestinian lives officially confirmed to have been lost, according to Gaza's health ministry. Most of the dead are women and children. This unimaginable situation, he said, is overwhelmingly due to recurring failures by the Israeli Defense Forces to comply with the rules of war.
Talks are moving forward today in Doha. President Biden directed Director Burns and Brett McGurk to participate for the United States. They're on the ground right now working with representatives from Israel, Qatar, and Egypt. Qatar and Egypt are in turn mediating with Hamas. The resumption of these talks is an important step. And in the lead up to this meeting, we'd already narrowed some gaps.
International mediators are holding a new round of talks in Qatar aimed at halting the war in Gaza and bringing home scores of hostages held there. There are still sticking points between Israel and Hamas, including over whether Israel will maintain troops in certain parts of Gaza or whether any ceasefire becomes permanent. Hamas, meanwhile, hasn't said whether it is participating in the talks or not. It accuses Israel of adding new demands to an evolving US-backed proposal that the sides are weighing. Israel denies this, and it has sent a delegation. Multiple rounds of previous negotiations between the sides throughout the 10-month-long war have failed. But reaching a deal now could help avert a wider regional conflict that might draw in Iran and the militant group Hezbollah into the fighting. The talks come as the death toll in Gaza reaches a grim milestone of 40,000 dead, according to local health officials.
Meanwhile, 5 people, including his personal assistant and 2 doctors, have been charged with connection with Matthew Perry's death in what prosecutors called a broad underground criminal network dedicated to getting the Friends actor the powerful surgical anesthetic that killed him. US lawyer Martin Estrada said that the doctors preyed on Perry's history of addiction in the final months of his life last year to provide him with ketamine in amounts they knew were dangerous to the actor. Perry died in October due to a ketamine overdose, and prosecutors said he received several injections on the day he died from his live-in personal assistant Kenneth Ivamasa, who found Perry dead later that day and was the first to talk to investigators. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join
Well, the most important dates of crucial assembly elections in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir are supposed to get announced today. In a short while from now, also doctors across the country are protesting against the horrific rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata recently. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin, but first up, the headlines. Election Commission is all set to announce assembly election dates today. Haryana, Maharashtra, Jharkhand to go to polls this year. Jammu and Kashmir will go to polls after almost 10 years. Calcutta High Court takes up RG Kar hospital vandalism case. Calcutta High Court has said that the state machinery had failed. Kolkata police arrests 19 over what really happened on the night before Independence Day. Health Ministry, in fact, has said that heads of institutions must file any violence FIR within anytime there's an untoward incident in the campus of the medical hospital. Will KTR use the same language for sister? This is what Telangana minister's KTR's shocking statement said. In fact, women can break dance on buses. That's the statement that is being seen as very controversial now. KTR had mocked women for peeling onions on state bus service. ISRO successfully launched an Earth satellite mission into intended orbit. The space agency launched its third and final developmental flight. Apart from African nations now, Sweden and Pakistan have also reported first cases of Mpox. These are the first cases of Mpox outside Africa. Over 400 dead in Democratic Republic of Congo. WHO meanwhile has issued a global health alert warning of possible spread of the virus to other countries. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, meanwhile, has interacted with Indian Olympics champions. He hailed their spirit and said the entire nation is proud of their work. And he also told the athletes that it's time to keep preparing for the 2036 Olympics. The Indian men's hockey team, which earned its second consecutive Olympic bronze, presented the Prime Minister with a hockey stick that was signed by all the players. Well, Election Commission is all set to announce the schedule for assembly elections today. Assembly elections are slated to be held in Jammu Kashmir, Haryana, Maharashtra and Jharkhand. But in focus are, of course, the states of Haryana and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Haryana saw even Stevens' performance by the Congress and the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. And Jammu Kashmir has been waiting for elections for the past 10 years. The Election Commission recently visited Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana to oversee the poll preparedness, also assess the logistics, but it also visited Maharashtra and Jharkhand last month in July. The term of the Legislative Assembly of Jharkhand ends in January 2025. In fact, this all-important presser of the Election Commission is slated to happen at 3 p.m. today.
Finally, Election Commission is announcing elections for Jammu and Kashmir. It is a historic election in many ways. First time in the history of Jammu and Kashmir when assembly election will be held after a gap of 10 years. And this election is happening after J&K remained under the center rule, direct center rule for more than 6 years. I'm joined by Wahidur Rahman Para, senior leader of PDP. Wahid sir, what this election means for you?
I think this election is happening after 5-6 years of wide, and there's a huge vacuum in Jammu and Kashmir. So this is an election to reclaim. So first of all, the space that Kashmiris are lost, and everything that has been snatched: political rights, democratic rights, constitutional rights, and also the institutions. The grip over institution that we have lost. So everywhere you see non-locals governing the locals of Kashmir, and there's a huge sense of dispossession and disempowerment.
Democracy was in a suspended animation. Political parties were in a disarray. They have lost their political moorings after the abrogation of 370, stripping J&K of its statehood and special status. How will politics play? What is like the agenda now for political parties? Because it appears no agenda.
I think this is about self-preservance, first of all, for all of us, to reclaim our space democratically, politically, and also you saw in the parliament elections the number of people voted out, the passion that was there. Is that how from Kashmir has transformed from violence to democracy also, and how people would earlier, young people would pelt stones, have preferred pelting votes as an act of anger or as an act of resistance in many ways to register their protest. So democratically people are trying to express themselves. They want to break the cycle of silence, the fear in Jammu and Kashmir, the raid raj that's happening.
Finally, Election Commission is announcing elections for Jammu and Kashmir. It is a historic election in many ways.
हम लोग 50 सीटों से ज़्यादा नहीं, हम हुकूमत बनाए। अरे बनाओ, किसने रोका? और चोरी मत करो, इलेक्शन कमीशन का फायदा मत उठाओ, और लोगों को हक दो। बंद कर देते हैं, कई इलाकों में बंद कर देते हैं, उनको आने नहीं देते, वोट डालने नहीं देते। अगर आपने अपनी तकदीर बदलानी है, अपने बच्चे की तकदीर बदला, बेटी की तकदीर बदलानी, तो ये वोट जो है इसको इस्तेमाल कीजिए।
My colleague Nazir joining us with more details on this. Nazir, the J&K Assembly polls date could be announced today is what we hear. It's interesting because Lok Sabha elections presented, the picture of Jammu and Kashmir as a place that's completely ready for elections because the voting percentage was the highest that Jammu and Kashmir has seen in the last 37 years. But of course, there have been a spate of attacks, terror attacks in the last few months. Tell us how critical are these dates and what is the sentiment on the ground?
Well, number one, it appears that the J&K administration, it seems they have been taken by surprise when Election Commission announced that they are announcing poll dates today. So the code of conduct will come into force by 3 p.m. this evening, today. So what they did, they issued slew of orders of transfers. 156, more than 150 officers have been transferred. Among them are the SPs of 10 districts, DCs of 5 districts, and then there are DIGs, there are IGPs. Large-scale transfers have been made since last night, particularly since this morning. Opposition has clearly, objected to it. Umar Abdullah tweeting and saying, what is this, and asking Election Commission to see if it is being done with this thing to change things on during elections. Having said that, this is an election which everyone was waiting for last many years, because elections here mean just more than a vote. Here, people have given their lives for the right to vote during militancy. When there was a boycott call, those who would defy boycott call would face the wrath of militants. Many were killed just for their right to vote. Now, because for last 6 years, there was no elected government. Democracy was literally in a suspended animation. And finally, Election Commission, despite warnings by so many people, look, there's a militancy, they are attacked. When full Election Commission visited here recently, Chief Election Commissioner Mr. Raju Kumar said that no external or internal threat or the force can derail the electoral process. He said no militant, it is like a chicken and egg situation if we say there are militant attacks in Jammu etc. So nothing is going to deter us. He said we have to build on the momentum and the enthusiasm of people who have shown during the recent parliament elections, which have witnessed a record voting. So people actually repose their faith in democracy. So he said, we want to build on this. So finally, Jammu and Kashmir will witness this election. This is first election after a gap of 10 years, which is the longest gap in the history of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the first election in the union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. So it is also an election which after the abrogation of Article 370, and voters will decide whether they have approved what the BJP as central government has done or not. These are the results of these elections. But at the outset, who wins and who loses, that's not important. Important is that finally the democracy is being revived. Finally, people will get a chance to vote and elect their representatives. During Prime Minister's visit here in Srinagar in June, he said that the people will soon have their own elected representatives. There will be assembly elections, and also statehood will be restored. These are two things which even the Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court, during its hearing or the judgment verdict on Article 370, has said it has directed the Election Commission to conclude elections before September 30 and also restore the statehood. That was the direction to the central government. So it's after elections, it's expected that the statehood will be also restored. So every party is happy because political parties have lost their moorings. They don't have, what would they stand for? That whole politics has changed. It has been a huge disruptor in Jammu and Kashmir, August 5, 2019. Since then, a lot of things have changed in Jammu and Kashmir. But was missing badly by a common man was the democracy. But finally, elections are taking place, and by 3 today, just in an hour or so, we would know what are the dates and how many phases would be there. But finally, good news is that Jammu and Kashmir will finally have assembly election after a gap of 10 years.
Well, Nazir, when it comes to political narratives and political campaigns, the demand for statehood has been reiterated by political parties time and again. But when it comes to the BJP, it has been talking about this development narrative in J&K. It has been talking about the benefits of abrogation of Article 370. The politics of J&K also seems to be, quite in a bit of a flux with Omar Abdullah saying that he will not be contesting assembly polls anymore. How does it look like from the ground? How are political parties preparing for this? There are several other players, smaller players, even as the BJP does not have that much of a stake. How do you see politics prepping for these elections?
Well, clearly, this is the first election post-abrogation of Article 370. This will also show the will of people, which side of the fence they belong, whether they have actually approved what center has done or they are rejecting it. But here, political parties, even BJP has been saying that it was an interregnum, this union territory. Jammu and Kashmir was a state and it will be a state. Prime Minister, Home Minister, Amit Shah also, they have reiterated the restoration of statehood. Nobody has a dispute over that. But what was missing was badly that there's no democracy. There were no elected representatives. Even Prime Minister during his visit said, look, the people will elect their representatives so that they will address their problems. So people also, everyone knows there was a democracy deficit, despite the claims of, development, all that is there. But nothing is a replacement and alternative to democracy and democratic rights of the people. That's what everybody was asking for. And when Election Commission came here, they said, look, there was a delimitation which took 2 years. Then there was, revision of electoral rolls. Now there were parliament elections, and because of the security situation, simultaneous elections could not be held. Now, at the earliest, Election Commission decided to visit Jammu and Kashmir. They took the feedback from all the political parties, from the officers, and finally, they have decided to hold elections and go by and abide by the directions which have been given by the Supreme Court, which is holding elections by September 30. So that is finally happening. As I said, it is a historic election in many ways. And because in Jammu and Kashmir, people have fought militancy, they have taken bullets for the right to vote. Large number of people have been killed just because they stood by democracy and defied boycott calls. But good news is that after parliament elections, we have seen there was no boycott call, there was no, problem, violence on the ground. People came out in large numbers and reposed faith in democracy, and that is expected to be, repeated. Not just the repeated, but the numbers are expected to be much higher, given the fact we see on the ground how eagerly political parties, common people, everybody has been waiting for the day when elections will be, announced. Though there is a sense, for example, Umar Abdullah and Mahbub Mufti, two former chief ministers, saying they will not contest elections. Umar Abdullah saying because in the union territory, the whole powers rests with the lieutenant governor, like in Delhi. So what is the fun of, contesting elections? But their parties, all the parties are contesting these elections.
Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those details and giving us that perspective. We'll keep coming back to you. The Indian Medical Association, one of the key bodies of doctors in the country, which has been at the helm of affairs of the protest, is holding a press conference. Let's listen into what Mr. Ashokan is saying.
they didn't have a proper duty room in that floor. And so the seminar room was used with the 2 beds there because that was the only place perhaps they could relieve themselves. So that was very unfortunate. This has brought out the lack of concern for the working hours of the resident doctors, their infrastructural basic needs that has also come out in this episode. The violence on the protesting doctors, we had addressed them at around 3 p.m. The violence happened at midnight. At that point of time, more than 300 of these boys and girls, all medical students, second year, third year, very young boys and girls, they were sitting there at midnight and they were, driven away. And the mob is supposed to vandalize the emergency, the floors, the equipments, and went up to the 3rd floor where the crime has occurred. So these are very serious things which have happened. One is a crime in workplace. Another is such an atmosphere of vandalism could be created in a hospital. So I think the nation is awakening that what we have been saying for the past 2 decades, that the ground reality is very different and we need a new set of laws, new set of infrastructure and security deployment in the hospitals.
Yeah. You said that the midnight attackers went up to the 3rd floor where the crime was committed. What do you think was the purpose? Was it to wipe out some evidence maybe?
Yes, there is a doubt that there is a purpose. There was also the purpose to terrorize the students, drive them away from the protesting place. But the very fact that it went to the 3rd floor and not further, it only proves that that vandalism was also part of the design.
Now the probe has been handed over to CBI and the Chief Minister has promised that they will get to the bottom of it. And the CM is asking the doctors to call off their agitation. Do you think that, and she's saying that the demands have already been met, so why are you still protesting? Do you think the demands have been met?
Sir, the boys and girls are afraid. They are simply scared. They cannot go into that place with additional security and additional, infrastructural changes. Who will walk those corridors? Who will go again there? How can you do a midnight duty? And more than the doctors, the nurses. The scare has spread to the nurses. You can see that the nurses are joining the protest everywhere. So I think it's a serious issue that the nation and the governments have to address. Yeah, they are asking for basic right of safety in workplace. It may take certain laws, new laws. It may take new infrastructure. It may take new security protocol, but it has to be in place. We owe it to our women professionals.
Now the doctors are, of course, are protesting. They have a right to protest, and the nation also understands their fear, their pain, their concern. But at the same time, the patients are also not getting the care that they deserve. How do you balance the two, your demand for justice as well as your commitment to the patients?
I think people understand. This time people understand it very clearly that we are not fighting for the rights of the doctors alone. We are equally fighting for the daughters of this nation. That all parents understand what we mean. And we have exempted the emergencies and casualties. Only the routine services have been withdrawn for 24 hours.
Yeah. You have also spoken about the need for a law to prevent these kind of, not sexual assaults, obviously that is a different area, but general assaults on medical professionals. What would you like to say a little bit more about what kind of law you would expect?
There is a reluctance on the part of the government to acknowledge and admit that there is violence against doctors and hospitals, but you cannot run away from reality. We need to address. Unless you acknowledge, you will not address. There is a draft bill which was prepared in 2019, And that is there. That never went into the parliament. That's available. And during the pandemic, the Epidemic Diseases Act of 1897 was amended by an ordinance. Within 24 hours, they were able to bring it out. And later, the parliament passed it in 2023. These are available things. One is in the statute. One is after multi-stakeholder consultations. Already the bill is there. Now the government is, we did meet the health minister. He was very sensitive. I told him that the profession, now the percentage of women is around 60%. And this is bound to grow. And we have a moral duty to protect them. There is a thinking in the government that they may refer it to perhaps an expert committee to look at the possibility of a bill, but that will be too little, too late. Too little, too late, because everything is in place. It only needs a political will to push the button.
And why don't we have the political will?
I am having total trust on the health minister, who is very sensitive to the situation. It's basically the establishment which has certain view or a perspective about what should be done. There cannot be a special law on this. So the political will come. That's my trust.
Okay. And this incident has once again highlighted the vulnerability of women medical professionals in our country. What does it tell us about our society? Where are we headed as a nation if these attacks like this continue?
You look at the way that the nation is responding. So I think the 90-95% of the population has that traditional culture in us regarding women. Maybe we should not blow up isolated criminal actions, which will ultimately reflect on the nation also.
Yeah. It is not just about medical professionals being under threat. According to statistics, 56 rapes happen in our country every hour.
Yes.
16 rapes every minute in our country. So I think as a nation, you think we should all
take the call. Maybe this is an opportunity also. You may not get another opportunity like this. It's a national movement which is growing like abaya.
Now, immediately after the Kolkata incident, one more incident has come to light from Uttarakhand, where a nurse of a private hospital was sexually assaulted, and her face was disfigured. Her body was found after 15 days. So it is just another example of what the medical professionals are facing. Yeah. Can we talk a little bit about the monkeypox that originated in Africa, first case discovered in Sweden? Should India be concerned, and what preparations should we make?
I don't think at this point of time it will be relevant. The WHO sometimes goes overboard also. We need to, on country basis, our health ministry is equipped with adequate data and information. And I think we should trust our ministry on taking this call. We are fully posted with data and other things. The call has to be taken by the ministry. And WHO call need not be taken as the one that is final. It may be for many countries across the globe, where we are a different nation, we are at a different level.
I want to ask you one more question about the Kolkata incident. You can speak off the record if you like. We decide later. On the surface, on the face of it, it looks like just a sexual assault case, rape and murder.
So that was R.V. Ashokan, President of the Indian Medical Association, making some very critical points. Remember that IMA has been at the forefront of the nationwide protest that we've been witnessing in connection to the horrific rape and murder of a junior female doctor that we saw in Kolkata. Thousands of resident doctors are protesting across the country. R.V. Ashokan, Dr. Ashokan, in fact, made some very critical points. The IMA has been asking for a central law to safeguard the rights of doctors. It has been also asking for safeguard safety protocols to be put in place. It has also been asking for better working conditions for doctors, including better waiting rooms. Remember, the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata who was raped and murdered did not have a waiting room, and hence she had to spend the night after a 36-hour shift in the seminar room. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who's reporting on a similar protest of doctors happening in Azad Maidan in Mumbai, where thousands of resident doctors have gathered and they've been asking for answers. Radhika, tell us, what is the sentiment on ground? Because there's a lot of comparison between Mumbai and Kolkata. What happened with Aruna Shahbag several years ago is being in some ways replayed. Now the memories of that incident have come back. Tell us, what are the doctors in Mumbai saying?
All right, I am in Azad Maidan in Mumbai, where thousands of doctors have gathered here, and I'm going to just show you around. These are the doctors, female, male doctors who've gathered here from across private as well as government hospitals. I'm just going to show you the posters they've all been showing. It says "Rage Against Rape." It says when white coat turns red, society turns black. It says here to serve, not to suffer. No safety, no service. So these are the posters and banners that these doctors here have been showing and are protesting at this point on stage and off stage. As you can see, multiple hospital doctors are here gathered. In fact, the protests are only intensifying, not just in Mumbai, of course, across the country. Let me go across to a few of them to understand what their charter of demands are. Ma'am, you've been protesting over the last 3 days over the safety and security of doctors and, of course, seeking justice for the victim as well.
Yeah, we are here to protest mainly against two things. One is the justice and the next is the safety. So this is not only the doctor strike, this is the whole nation strike. This should be a nation strike because it is the safety of the women. We female doctors, we couldn't sleep for the past 4-5 since when the incident happened. We are not able to sleep at all because हर रोज हम ऐसा ही सोते थे, इधर उधर किधर भी कुछ भी जगह मिलते तो हम सोते थे. ड्यूटीज हम 36 आवर्स, कभी कभी 48 आवर्स, 72 आवर्स हम करते थे. कोई भी उसको भी हम प्रोटेस्ट किया, कोई फर्क नहीं मिला. But at least we continued our duties. In spite of it, have you ever heard that somebody got raped inside their house? I know so many rapes are
horrific. In fact, we want justice is the slogan that is being raised here. Tell me, what is your demand and what is the systemic change that you'd like to see across hospitals, because that's your workplace and that's where this horrific incident took place?
Only I want to say we want justice, and for non-medicals, please help us. If we are all together, then only something can happen. Please, non-medicals. We want CPI Act to be applied for doctors' safety, and we also want for our workplace there should be one room or one restroom for doctors in every government hospital.
Social Protection Act to be implemented, more safety, surveillance. You're a male doctor yourself. Take us through your charter of demands, especially for your female colleagues.
I have seen myself how my female colleagues work. They have to work 24 hours. And it's inevitable. 24 hours work has to be done. You cannot say that female doctors ko night duty exempt kar do. That is not possible because everyone has to work. The workforce is also very limited. And even in this limited workforce, the facilities are limited. Our resting facilities are limited. We don't have often a proper room to sleep, a proper place to sleep. We end up sleeping in wards and all. Everyone, including my female colleagues. So that is something that has to change. And the protection has to be ensured. Entering hospitals like this, like goons are entering hospitals like this and causing chaos. That is just not acceptable.
Protection has to be ensured. Abysmal conditions as far as these doctors are concerned. That's what he's explaining here. So yes, demands only intensifying at this point. They are seeking justice for the victim's family, of course, and besides that, safety, security and well-being for all of these doctors is the highlight as far as these protests are concerned. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Radhika, for joining us with those details. Moving on to an associated story. In the midst of these attacks on doctors, a letter has been issued by the Health Ministry to the Director General of Health Services saying that if any incident happens to health workers while on duty, the institution will be held responsible. This is, remember, a follow-up of what happened in Kolkata's J&K Medical Hospital. It is state-owned. 31-year-old doctor was raped and also brutally murdered. In fact, the Health Ministry has also asked for an FIR to be lodged within 6 hours. My colleague Tanushka has more details on this.
Ministry is making a very clear-cut statement here by its orders to the Directorate General of the Health Services across board that with respect to the violence that has become common against doctors and other healthcare staff in government hospitals, the number of healthcare workers that suffer physical violence during the course of their duty, it has been issued that in event of any such violence against any healthcare worker or doctors while on duty, the head of the institution shall be responsible for filing an institutional FIR within a maximum of 6 hours of the incident. This is what the memorandum says, and this makes a very strong statement with due course, keeping in view, of course, the rape and murder of the young trainee doctor at the J&K Medical Hospital, and with now protests breaking out nationwide with the Federation of Resident Doctors Association as well as the Indian Medical Doctors Association also calling off a strike, and doctors also coming out to the forefront stating the violence and the harassment also that they face during their shifts. So in view of this, the Ministry of Health has issued this order to the Directorate of the General of Health Services.
The protests across the country are also taking place after what really happened on the eve of Independence Day, the incidents of vandalism that took place at J&K Medical Hospital that also saw the rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor. This has also led to protests across the country. My colleague Pratibha Raman has details of what is happening in Bengaluru as to what the doctors there have to say.
From Kolkata to different pockets of India, we've been seeing the brutality that happened in Kolkata resonate with every female doctor in all corners of India. And we are here in Bengaluru's Nimans Hospital, and you have the resident doctors who have assembled here relentlessly protesting with one main demand, and that is justice for the victim. Now, when we talk about the challenges faced by every female doctor, what are the challenges that you face, and why do you think you are protesting here today?
As you might have heard in the news, we have had significant brutality, rape and murder of one of our colleagues. And the idea of this protest is you touch one, you touch all. And this is something that everybody deserves, not just doctors, a safe working space. If you look here, more than 50% people here are females. This is one profession where we will have a lot of females working. And if you cannot give us safe environment, safe workspace, how can you expect us to give our 100%? We are not asking for lesser work hours. Even if you would have heard that she was working for 36 hours, 48 hours, we are not asking for that. All we are asking for is basic safety, having a doctor's room. Also the fact that something brutal has happened, and what they're doing is every step of the day they're trying to create more injustice rather than providing justice to somebody who was working for you vehemently day and night, which is something which enrages all of us, and that is the reason we are all here.
When you talk about doctors, most patients seem to be coming in with the hope that this doctor would save one's life. But you are here neglecting all the services, and you're coming here to protest, and that's been one of the criticisms faced by you. How do you think you want to answer that?
I think protesting, fighting for justice is definitely inconvenient. But the fact that we have to go to this extent for the government to address our concerns is very telling of the state of our country currently.
This is the only way to protest, you think, but what are the key demands that you want to lay before the government?
Our demands were very clear. We wanted CBI inquiry, we wanted Central Protection Act, not the act per se, just the written reassurance that we would be getting it soon. And we actually thought that now we are getting justice, CBI has taken over. What happens next is there are goons that come at night and try to vandalize and try to create physical kind of terror in the hospital. You tell us, how can we get up now?
how can they really get up when there are so many atrocities going on? Especially Karnataka, not new to the kind of vandalism that most of the hospitals have seen from patients themselves. A Central Protection Act and justice for the victim are the two key demands that have been laid down before the government. When will the government take note is the question that has been presented before them. With camera person Kumar, Pratibha Raman at Bengaluru's Nimans Hospital for NDTV.
So doctors across the country continue to protest against the crime that happened to a 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata. Moving on to other stories, after much outrage, K.T. Ramarao, the ex-minister of Telangana, has apologized for his controversial remarks. This is after a women's panel began a probe into what he really said during a speech to party workers. KTR had spoken about women utilizing the state government's free bus travel scheme, which was introduced shortly after the Congress party came to power in the state this year. In fact, last year, Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister Sitaka has condemned the comments that were made by BRS working president K.T. Ramarao. He also happens to be the son of former Chief Minister of Telangana, KCR. The comments basically reflected a mindset towards women. That's what she has said. KTR had mocked women peeling onions and garlic while travelling in the free bus service of the Congress government, which was a promise that Rahul Gandhi had made as part of the guarantees, and the Telangana state government had delivered this. She also added, he had added that he had no objection to anything, even if they did a breakdance on the bus.
What is the controversy and what are you asking? You have started a free bus service for women. What happened?
We don't know why his comment like that, very shameful KTR comments, because in hundreds of years after that, women are coming mainstream just now only. She is doing her work only as a doctor. It is a very, very shocking me, and we are also feeling very bad. She is a well-educated and doctor. She is ready to give some birth, breathing or life, some like that type of saving lives. That is her duty. But she lost her life because of male domination, cruel mentality men's through. So here we saw KTR words also, very shameful to his and his character, because women are going free buses. So they using their works in their seat only. He compared to, okay, you don't sit in, you don't do in your own words, your own work. You can do cabaret dance and record some other tool, record dance. How it is comparing that? We are seeing since we are seeing a lot of years, women's going very long journey, even though implies. Even though I saw in secretariat, old secretariat, there is some market, vegetable market. After when they are left duty office, they took buy some vegetables, and that time not enough to again go and do their domestic works like that. So then in bus or in this train, local train, also they can do their work only. But we supported, okay, what is the wrong that work? I like that. So he commented, okay, it is not wrong, but you can do break dance and cabaret dance, record dance, and full family come and do like this. Very, very feudal mentality people only talk this type of words.
So that was WCD Minister of Telangana Sitaka condemning the comments made by BRS working president K.T. Ramarao, who is also the son of former Chief Minister of Telangana KCR. KTR had in a very controversial statement said that women who are using the free public transport service offered by the Telangana state government are busy peeling onions and garlic while travelling in the buses, and he wouldn't have had an objection even if they did a breakdance on the bus. Now that was Sitaka telling NDTV that this reflects the mindset of certain leaders towards women, and she's also talked about how the free bus service scheme in the government has only led to women becoming more productive. Remember that this was a promise that was made by the Congress party, something that Revanth Reddy led Congress government in Karnataka fulfilled. It has also been something that the opposition has been condemning, saying that this has led to burdens on the exchequer. Telangana's WCD Minister Sita Akka has come forward to condemn the comments made by BRS Working President K.T. Ramarao. But let me also remind my viewers that Uma Sudhir, my colleague, has reported that K.T. Ramarao has now apologized for his comments. He has in fact posted on X that he sincerely regrets if his comments had hurt the sentiments of his sisters. To remind you, KTR had mocked women peeling onions and garlic while travelling in the free bus service provided by the Congress state government in Telangana, and he had added that he had no objection if they did breakdowns on the bus as well. Sita Akka, who is a minister in the Revanth Reddy-led state government, she's in fact the Minister for Women and Child Welfare, she has condemned these comments, saying that these comments only reflect a certain mindset of some political leaders towards women. KTR has also posted on X saying that he apologizing for his comments, saying that he sincerely regrets hurting the sentiments of his sisters. Meanwhile, moving on to other stories, ISRO today successfully placed an Earth observation and Demosat satellite into intended orbit. The space agency launched its third and final developmental flight, small satellite launch vehicle D3 carrying Earth observation satellite EOS-08. The rocket lifted off majestically from the first launch pad at the Satish Dhawan Space Research Center here, situated about 135 kilometers from Chennai. It was done at a prefixed time of 9:17 a.m. The objectives of this mission include designing and developing a microsatellite and creating payload instruments that are compatible with a microsatellite bus. Listen in to what the ISRO chief Somanathan had to say.
It is a much more simpler design compared to a regular rocket. It uses more cost-effective inertial systems. The entire navigation process is different. Its ability to place small satellites is very crucial. It's all based on solid stages with a small liquid trimming upper stage. So the entire architecture and design of SSL is entirely different than the regular liquid based rockets. And in such rockets, to get a precise injection is always tricky. That is an issue that we faced in the first mission. Though he placed the satellite, the precision was slightly an issue. So we solved all the problem, made 2 successful missions, and completed the development program.
For the passive role control.
0.
Superb liftoff of SSLV D3 EOS-08 mission. Sleek rocket searing through the sky.
Now, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has spoken on the narrative that's aimed at destroying the economy. In fact, he has said that it's extremely worrying that a person holding a constitutional position asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy. This is what Mr. Dhankar has said. He was addressing the first batch of law students at the NLU Delhi, and he has expressed concern that people holding constitutional positions are asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying an economy. In fact, he was inferring at the comments made by Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi in the recent controversy involving SEBI. Listen in to what Mr. Dhankar said.
I got extremely worried when a person holding constitutional position just last week declared in a well-publicized media, I would say, campaign, beseeching Supreme Court to so moto invoke jurisdiction to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with
Welcome back. Ukraine's President Zelensky has claimed Kyiv's troops have full control over the Russian town of Sudzha now, which has a population of 5,000 people and contains infrastructure pumping Russian gas towards Europe. In fact, Sudzha, which is roughly 10 kilometers inside Russian territory, is the biggest of the 80 settlements that Ukraine claims to have taken during the 10 days since its surprise incursion into Russian territory began. Let's listen in to what President Zelensky said.
Головком доповів, щодо операції в Курській області є нове просування, є нове поповнення нашого обмінного фонду. Також генерал Сирський доповів про завершення звільнення міста Суджа від російських військових. І там зараз створюється українська військова комендатура. Звільнені також іще кілька населених пунктів, загалом вже більше ніж 80. Я дякую кожному нашому воїну, який все це забезпечує. Молодці!
We will stop an idea whose time has come, and we are reporting from the settlement of Sudzha in Kursk region, passing by a column of burned-out vehicles. This burnt metal was once Russian equipment heading towards Ukraine, but as you can see, it didn't make it. This is what Sudzha looks like now. once a town of 5,000 people. Now you can notice the difference between the approach of Russian and Ukrainian military. Our forces entered and everything is intact. Now no drones or artillery are needed here. The city is being destroyed by Russian air bombs. We are now at the site of the first battle in Sudzha, which lasted exactly 1 day. Over there was the Ukrainian border, and after that our troops moved further.
The fight lasted all day, from morning till evening. What do you think will happen if there is nothing? I think the bodies of Russians. I don't think it's worth going there. It might be mined.
Local resident Vadim observed from his house. He wasn't evacuated, although he has a small child. And tell me, how old is your child?
A year, 1 year and 3 months.
Take the food here. More than 100 people remain in the city. They are hiding in shelters. In this basement, only civilians are left hiding from air bombs. And we understand perfectly that there are no Ukrainian air bombs. So they are hiding from Russian air bombs. Food and water are beginning to run out.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars.
During peace, the less you bleed in war. So I think much before the next general elections, we would love to see how we can revamp our organization, how we can strengthen our organization, go to the grassroots and make sure that people, once again repose their faith in us.
The reality for you is that both the Congress and the BJP are big players here, now at least. And therefore, you cannot join hands with any of them. But once again, now you have a Telugu Desam beginning to become active here. Are there possibilities of you coming together with other regional parties? Because these two national parties now are not people you can be friends with unless you are able to merge your party, like is being suggested sometimes.
Since 2014, since the formation of the state of Telangana, we fought 3 general elections, all on our own. Now, I don't think that will change.
Okay. One other question about the farmers' loan waiver itself. The Chief Minister is claiming that he has done a 100% farm loan waiver, and because one of your senior leaders had challenged him, he says now it is up to Mr. Harish Rao to in fact resign.
Well, in fact, that's a joke of the millennium, if you ask me, because Mr. Reddy, the Chief Minister here, seems to be delusional, because his earlier statements, if you go back, and all of them are available in YouTube, I'm sure, or even in NDTV archives, he had categorically said 40,000 crores is what it would take for a loan waiver of 2 lakh rupees to be completed. Later on, somehow he scaled it down to 31,000 crores. His cabinet resolution was that 31,000 crores would be deployed for completing the loan waiver. Yesterday, which was the promised deadline, which was of course extended beyond the original deadline, he says that he's completed 100% loan waiver. But the reality is only 41% of loan waiver has been completed. 17,000 crores is what has been delivered. That too I'm not sure about. We have to check with the farmers. So therefore, Mr. Reddy is not only fooling the people, but he's also fooling himself. That's probably why Rahul Gandhi also stayed away, because he was invited to join in this public meeting where 100% loan waiver was supposed to be celebrated. So I'm guessing that neither is his leadership in Delhi believing him, nor are the farmers on the ground believing him.
Hyderabad did gain a higher profile when you were IT minister and so on. Now, of course, just a couple of days ago, Cognizant has increased, probably become the biggest center. Hyderabad becomes the biggest center, more than Chennai as well. The credit work for it, do you give it to the Chief Minister here?
I'll tell you what. Government is a continuous institution. Much before I arrived on the scene in 2014, there were chief ministers and ministers who were toiling. So I will never ever, be so narrow-minded that, I would claim that everything has been done by my government and me alone. I'd say that the foundation stone was laid earlier by my predecessors, Chandrababu Naidu government. Later on, Rajshekhar Reddy government continued the good work. There was a low ebb. And then eventually in 2014, when Telangana was formed, we did really well in the last 10 years. Now, my humble request to Mr. Revanth Reddy is, you had made certain statements that from Davos, you had received investment proposals of about 40,000 crores. Now, I would request the Honorable Chief Minister, it's been 8 months since Davos. How much of this investment that you had announced has been grounded? There was a company called as Godi India, which was supposed to invest about 8,000 crore. Now, have they invested even 8 rupees? Please tell us. There was an investment also from JSW, which was again to the tune of 9,000 crore. How much of it is fructified? Also, there was another investment of Adani Group, 12,400 crores. How much of it has actually been grounded?
Hasn't this become the practice among most ruling governments? When you come up with thousands of crores.
I'm coming to your question. Now, Mr. Reddy again goes to the US. Cognizant, which actually had entered into an arrangement with a developer here in 2022, because, unless Mr. Reddy has been able to pull out a bunny rabbit out of the hat, it's funny because, he goes to the US. Within a week, apparently, the building was completed. And then right after he lands, he straight away goes and inaugurates. So the building was there. The intent was there. The deal was signed in 2022. Now, you should decide and the people should decide, whose government's progressive work delivered the goods for Hyderabad.
Okay, thank you so much. So, K.T. Ramarao certainly talking about Revanth Reddy making these claims. But more importantly, today, the news around the BRS president talking about
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Hello everyone and welcome to this special broadcast where Vasudha and I are building up to the big press conference of the Election Commission, which is going to begin any moment now. In fact, the visuals have started coming in from the Vigyan Bhavan. Those are the visuals that are coming in now, where the Chief Election Commissioner will be addressing the press conference. So, Assembly elections dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana likely to be announced today. There's a lot of anticipation whether Maharashtra and Jharkhand would be announced. For the moment, it appears that it is likely to be Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana only. Remember, the Election Commission teams had visited these two states to oversee the poll preparedness. So, Vasudha, the first election after the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. So certainly a very, very historic one. Absolutely, Maria. And if you look at the EC presser that's going to happen today, there was no mention of the states. There was no mention of the states, but there is an expectation, there's a speculation that it's going to be about Jammu and Kashmir, which has also seen a spike in terror attacks, and also there is a lot of demand for the parliamentary process to be put in place. So a growing buzz for elections. And Haryana, we know that it was even Stevens in the assembly elections, with the Congress winning 5 seats and the BJP also winning 5 seats in the Lok Sabha elections. So one critical state and another critical union territory to go to polls. We are joined by our colleagues Gurpreet from Chandigarh and also Nazir from Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir. To you, Gurpreet, first, how critical are the elections in Haryana? Because today, Nayab Singh Saini, the Chief Minister, has also announced several moves. So critically, these dates are being awaited. What exactly is the sentiment on ground?
Well, in Haryana, for the last 2 years, we have seen the BJP had a very tough time, and specifically from the farmer side, we have seen these 3 farm laws which has been enforced by the central government, and after that, we have seen there was a protest which was held at the national capital, and after that, we have seen huge impact in Punjab and Haryana. And if we can talk about the political scenario at this point of time, we have seen today maybe the government has some tip-off of this election commission press conference. In the morning at 9 o'clock, the Chief Minister of Haryana, he had given some bonus to the farmer. Somewhere down the lane, it seems they are trying to get a political mileage out of this bonus which has been announced by Haryana Chief Minister. On the other hand, if we can talk about the Congress has already initiated its own campaign, Haryana Mange Hisab, and where we have seen Dipinder Hooda is conducting this campaign in the various districts of Haryana, where he was talking about the youth unemployment and a lot of paper leaks which has been done in the Haryana state during the BJP regime. They are targeting the BJP at the failure, whereas we have seen the BJP has been claiming they are able to give a good governance. At the same time, not only Congress, BJP, but we have seen INLD, Indian National Lok Dal, which was having a very strong hold earlier as a regional party, that has also forged alliance with the BSP. So same thing for the JJP also, that has come out from INLD. JJP leader Dushyant Chautala, he has been camping at the various locations in Haryana. So
your thoughts,
We are cutting across to the press conference which is being addressed by the Chief Election Commissioner, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Let's listen in.
Commissioner Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu ji, Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar ji. On the dais, we also have with us senior officials from the Commission, Senior Deputy Election Commissioner Mr. Nitesh Vyas ji, Deputy Election Commissioners Mr. Hridesh Kumar, Mr. Manoj Kumar Sahu and Mr. Sanjay Kumar. I am Anuj Chandak, Joint Director Media for the Commission. The format of the PC will be as follows. There will be opening remarks by Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar ji along with a presentation. The copy of the presentation will be shared with you after this press conference. Following this, there will be a question and answer session. Please confine your questions to the review of poll preparedness. When you want to ask a question, raise your hand. Wait for your chance to be called to put out your question. When it's your turn, introduce yourself and your organization and then ask your question. I would request you to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Now I request Honorable CEC to kindly deliver the opening remarks.
माननीय निर्वाचन आयुक्त श्री ज्ञानेश कुमार जी ऑन माय राइट, डॉक्टर सुखबीर सिंह संधू जी निर्वाचन आयुक्त ऑन माय लेफ्ट, आयोग के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण और मीडिया के सहकर्मियों, आप सभी का इस प्रेस वार्ता में स्वागत है। 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद वो जो पड़ाव निकला, अब दूसरे पड़ाव पर आपसे आज मुलाकात हो रही है। और जैसे मैंने पहले कहा था कि 3 जेंटलमैन आर येट बैक अगेन। लोकसभा चुनाव 2024 जैसे आपको विदित है, विश्व स्तर की सबसे बड़ी चुनावी प्रक्रिया थी। सफलतापूर्वक और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न हुई। उसने पूरे डेमोक्रेटिक वर्ल्ड के लिए बहुत स्ट्रांगली डेमोक्रेटिक सरप्लसेस क्रिएट किए, बिना किसी वायलेंस के पीसफुल हुई और देश भर ने चुनाव का पर्व मनाया। हमने बहुत सारे रिकॉर्ड्स भी बनाए। पहली बार मैक्सिमम वर्ल्ड में पोलिंग हुई, मेल फीमेल टोटल। मतदाताओं की लंबी लंबी कतारें, बुजुर्गों की भागीदारी, यूथ, जीरो पोल्स, मैसिव सीजर्स और फेस्टिव माहौल हमने देखा। बहुत सारे युवा साथियों ने हमारे साथ मिलके हमारे इलेक्शन एम्बेसडर्स के रूप में काम किया और लोकतंत्र का एक बिल्कुल जीवित उदाहरण देश ने देखा। गांव में, देहात में, ईस्ट वेस्ट, नॉर्थ साउथ, सेंट्रल, LWE एरियाज, J&K, डेजर्ट्स, एवरीवेयर। जो तस्वीरें दुनिया को भारत ने दिखाई वो सभी को चकित करने वाली थीं। इससे देश में नहीं बल्कि पूरी दुनिया में एक स्ट्रांग मैसेज गया और जो चमक हमने देखी उस समय, वो चमक बहुत दिन तक दिखाई देती रहेगी। जब जब विश्व में चुनाव होंगे, कहीं भी किसी भी देश में हो, आपको निश्चित रूप से अपने चुनावों की तुलनात्मक याद आती रहेगी। ऐसा हमारा विश्वास है और वो हमें अपनी ताकत का एहसास दिलाता रहेगा। हाल ही में जम्मू कश्मीर और उसके बाद हरियाणा की चुनावी तैयारियों का जायजा लेने आयोग, हमारे सारे सहकर्मी वहां गए थे और एक बहुत ही नायाब किस्म का एंथुजियाज्म और डेमोक्रेसी के प्रति एक ललक और पार्टिसिपेट करने की इच्छा सबके अंदर दिखाई दी। जितने लोगों से हमने बात की, सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज से, बहुत सारे लोगों से भी, सबकी एक मतलब एक ललायक एक इच्छा थी कि जल्दी से जल्दी चुनाव हो। तो हम आपको जो उम्मीद और जो यकीन पैदा हुआ था 2024 का, उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आज आपके सामने है। जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में पहले जिक्र करूं तो आपको याद है कि मतदान केंद्र पर जो लंबी लंबी कतारें लगी हुई थी, वो जमहूरियत की ताकत का एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन मंजर पेश करती थी। वो सिर्फ लंबी कतारें नहीं थी, वो आवाम की उम्मीदें थी, जज्बातों और उनके मुस्तकबिल की नई तस्वीर लिखने की एक ख्वाहिश थी। Everybody wanted to participate, prove a point that we are here in this queue not only to vote but to demonstrate a very strong desire that democracy flourishes in this area. और उम्मीद और जमहूरियत की ऐसी झलक ये बताती थी कि आवाम तस्वीर बदलना चाहता है और अपनी तकदीर को खुद लिखना चाहता है, और ये कतारें इस बात का सबूत थी कि लोग सिर्फ बदलाव ही नहीं चाहते बल्कि ये भी चाहते हैं कि उसका हिस्सा बनकर हम खुद से अपनी किस्मत लिखें. दिस वॉज ए प्योरली ए ट्रिम्फ ऑफ बैलेट ओवर बुलेट. आपको याद होगा कि जो वैली की 3 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज थीं उनमें 51% का वोटिंग हुआ और वैली ने वायलेंस को नकारा और वॉइस को वोट के माध्यम से आगाज किया. जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने बुलेट और बायकॉट के बदले बैलेट को चुना. आपको ये भी याद होगा कि कश्मीरी माइग्रेंट्स के लिए आयोग ने विशेष व्यवस्था की थी. द इलेक्शंस वी से शुड बी इंक्लूसिव. एवरी सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी मस्ट गेट ए फुल चांस टू एक्सप्रेस देमसेल्व्स ड्यूरिंग द इलेक्शंस. तो हमने इनको सरलीकरण किया था उस समय में, जो इस समय भी जारी रहेगा. क्या किया था कि फॉर्म एम को हमने रिलैक्स किया था और कुछ बहुत ही कम्बरसम प्रोसेसेस थे जिसमें सेल्फ अटेस्टेशन की आवश्यकता होती, जिसमें ऑथराइजेशन कराने की आवश्यकता होती थी, उसको सेल्फ अटेस्टेशन पर लेके आए थे. उसके बड़े पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स भी हमें मिले और लोगों ने बढ़ चढ़ के, माइग्रेंट्स ने भी हिस्सा लिया. ड्यूरिंग द इलेक्शंस रीपोल्स की घटना 0 थी, कोई मेजर इंसिडेंट वायलेंस की नहीं थी. और आपको ये भी याद होगा जैसे पूरी कंट्री में अभियान चला के सीजर्स के बारे में व्यवस्था की गई थी ताकि कोई इंड्यूसमेंट फ्री इलेक्शन हो सके. J&K में भी क्लोज टू 100 करोड़ का सीजर हुआ था और इस बार भी हम बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग कह के आए हैं कि किसी को भी इंड्यूसमेंट करने देने की छूट नहीं देनी चाहिए. आई विल एक्सप्लेन टू यू इन डिटेल लेटर. So if we now come to the J&K first, there are total 90 assembly constituencies, of which 74 are general, SC are 7 and SC are 6, ST are 9 and SC constituencies are 7. ये delimitation के बाद reservations जो provide किए गए उनकी कहानी है. अगर electors के डाटा के बारे में बात करें तो J&K में टोटल 87.09 लाख इलेक्टर्स होंगे, जिसमें लगभग ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल 44.46 लाख मेल और 42.62 लाख फीमेल वोटर्स होंगे. बड़ी अच्छी स्टोरी ये भी है कि जिस तरीके से यूथ ने पिछली बार भाग लिया इलेक्शंस में, इस बार उसके बाद फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स भी होंगे अराउंड 3.71 लाख. और टोटल अगर वोटर्स को देखें तो 20 lakhs and above would be the youth, and we want to focus on youth as ambassadors of our elections. इलेक्टरल रोल बनने की प्रक्रिया चालू है और काफी समय से आयोग ये बात की तैयारी कर रहा था कि जैसे ही मौसम थोड़ा ठीक हो, जैसे ही अमरनाथ जी यात्रा खत्म हो, तो आप देखेंगे कोइंसिडेंस नहीं है, 19 अगस्त को अमरनाथ जी यात्रा खत्म होगी और 20 अगस्त को फाइनल रोल भी पब्लिश हो जाएगा. सो इट हैज बीन ए वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस टू सिंक्रोनाइज एवरी एक्टिविटी इन ए वे that we do not make any delay in doing elections in J&K, and this is what we announced in J&K in Jammu when we were there in March. ये पब्लिकेशन 20 को हो जाएगा. सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को इसकी कॉपी इलेक्टरल रोल की उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी. अगर पोलिंग स्टेशंस के बारे में देखें तो टोटल पोलिंग स्टेशंस J&K में 11,838 होंगे, जिसमें लोकेशंस होंगी, जिसमें एक जगह पर 2 या 3 भी बूथ हो सकते हैं. तो टोटल लोकेशंस वुड बी 9,169, जिसमें अर्बन एरिया में अराउंड 2,300 और लोकल रूरल एरिया में अराउंड 9,500 बूथ्स होंगे. सो प्रिडोमिनेंटली इट्स ए रूरल काइंड ऑफ एरिया. एवरेज वोटर्स पर पीएस वुड बी अराउंड 735, और हम जैसे हर बार करते हैं यहाँ भी वीमेन मैनेज्ड, पीडब्ल्यूडी मैनेज्ड और मॉडल पीएस बनाएंगे। वैसे तो इंस्ट्रक्शंस हमने दिए कि हर पोलिंग स्टेशन पे एक उत्साह का माहौल होना चाहिए, एक उत्सव का माहौल होना चाहिए, और सभी को किसी ना किसी तरीके से नए तरीके से बनाएं। लेकिन खास तौर से जो मॉडल पोलिंग स्टेशन हैं वो करीब करीब 360 होंगे। आपको एक तस्वीर दिखाते हैं कि कुछ पोलिंग स्टेशंस वहाँ किस प्रकार के हैं, नायाब हैं। जैसे अगर आप देखें तो कोराबल पोलिंग स्टेशन है, 100% एसटी पॉपुलेशन, strategically located at the border, and you will believe the turnout in parliamentary constituency 80%. So बिल्कुल सरहद पर हैं और 80% पॉपुलेशन है। ऐसी अगर देखेंगे जस्ट ए फ्यू ग्लिम्सेस, अदरवाइज हर पोलिंग स्टेशन अपने आप में एक तस्वीर बयां करता है। जब चुनाव होंगे तो आपको दिखाएंगे। हमने वेबसाइट पे पिछली बार भी किया था, इस बार भी करेंगे कि आपको लाइव फोटोज गैलरी एचडी में हम आपको लोड करेंगे। वहां पर आप जब चाहें जब उस स्टॉक को देख सकते हैं, यूज कर सकते हैं, एंजॉय कर सकते हैं। इसी तरीके से फ्लोटिंग में भी शिकारे में एक पोलिंग स्टेशन था, और कितने लोगों के वोट लेने जाता है? सिर्फ 3 लोगों के। सो दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ द इंडियन इलेक्शंस। चेंज्ड सिनेरियो आफ्टर द पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शंस। तो जो क्लियर मैसेज थे और जिस पर हम बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, देवर एक्शन ओवर अपैथी। लोगों में ये नहीं था कि कुछ नहीं हो सकता, कैसे होगा, जाएंगे तो ये हो जाएगा, वो हो जाएगा। नहीं, पीपल वर देयर टू पार्टिसिपेट इन द इलेक्शंस। द लॉन्ग क्यू, द शाइन ऑन देयर फेसेस वर टेस्टामेंट टू दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग। देयर वाज a belief over cynicism. There was thriving political participation in entire election. There was intense campaigning. These are the positives. A bit of change in the security scenario also since then. So, what do we want? We want that the layers of democracy are strengthened in J&K. What does that mean actually? ये मतदाता बढ़ गए, ये एक एस्पेक्ट है। परसेंटेज ऑफ वोटिंग इंक्रीज, दिस इज वन एस्पेक्ट ऑफ स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। कितने लोगों ने इलेक्शन में पार्टिसिपेट किया, कैंडिडेट बने, दिस इज अनदर एस्पेक्ट। ये अलग आयाम है। लोगों की इच्छा है कि वो पार्टिसिपेट करें। कितने लोगों ने रैलीज निकाली, कितना प्रोसेशंस हुए, कितनी पब्लिक मीटिंग्स हुई, कितने लोगों ने सी विजिल पे शिकायत की, कितने लोगों ने सुविधा से applications दी। All these are establishing layered by layer roots of democracy in the J&K, and what therefore we expect that there would be more voters this time again। और ये सब ने हमें ये एहसास कराया कि लोगों में एक उत्साह है और वोटिंग के प्रति हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि ज्यादा वोट्स पड़ेंगे। विमेन पार्टिसिपेशन ज्यादा होना चाहिए, ऐसी हमें उम्मीद है और हमारी कोशिश रहेगी। कैंपेनिंग अच्छे से होनी चाहिए, बिना डर के होनी चाहिए। फेस्टिव एनवायरनमेंट, मोर यूथ पार्टिसिपेशन, मोर कैंडिडेट्स, मोर यूज ऑफ IT, एंड वाइब्रेंट पोलिंग स्टेशन। सो वी एस्टैब्लिश every dimension of the democratic festival in the state in every layer wherever it is possible। जो बुनियाद वहां बनाई थी 2024 में इलेक्शन के दौरान, वोटिंग के दौरान, अब उस फाउंडेशन पर इमारत बनाने की पूरी तैयारी है। एंड वी आर वेरी एंथ्यूज्ड टू सी दिस। एक्चुअली I wrote a few lines and I want to dedicate to the youth of J&K। सुनाता हूं आपको, ये खास तौर से वोटर्स ऑफ J&K एंड पर्टिकुलरली यूथ। लंबी कतारों में छुपी है बदलते सूरत हाल, यानी जमहूरियत की कहानी। रोशन उम्मीदें अब खुद करेंगी गोया अपनी तकदीर बयानी। जमहूरियत के जश्न में आपकी शिरकत जमहूरियत के जश्न में आपकी शिरकत, दुनिया देखेगी नापाक इरादों के शिकस्त की कहानी. This is, and believe me, all of us when we went there, we believe in this. And therefore we made a very bold statement that come what may, elections in J&K would be very, very democratic. Friends, coming to Haryana, we are announcing elections for Haryana also. हरियाणा में जो टोटल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज हैं वो 90 हैं, जनरल 73, एसटी 0 और एससी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी 17 हैं. अगर इलेक्टर्स इन हरियाणा की बात करें तो टोटल राज्य में 2.1 लाख इलेक्टर्स हैं, जिसमें 1.06 करोड़ मतदाता हैं और इसमें महिलाओं की संख्या 95 लाख है. थर्ड जेंडर 1.50 लाख पीडब्ल्यूडी और 2.54 लाख हमारे 85 एज ग्रुप से ज़्यादा के मतदाता हैं. और जो हरियाणा की एक रोबस्ट हेल्दी लाइफ स्टाइल है, उसमें हमारे 10,321 ऐसे मतदाता हैं जो शतायु हैं. उन सबको हमारा नमन, और वो सब वोट देने आए, इसकी हम पूरी की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे. हरियाणा का इलेक्टरल रोल 27 अगस्त 2024 को प्रकाशित हो जाएगा. लेकिन उसके बाद भी, दिस इज अगेन ट्रू फॉर J&K एंड हरियाणा बोथ, इलेक्टरल रोल फाइनल हो जाएंगे वहाँ 20 को और यहाँ 27 को. सबको कॉपीज मिल जाएंगी, पहले से भी पब्लिश हो चुकी हैं. लेकिन फिर भी अगर कोई मतदाता छूट गए तो उन्हें अपना नाम पंजीकृत कराने का अभी भी नॉमिनेशन से पहले समय होगा. पोलिंग स्टेशंस अगर देखें तो हरियाणा में 20,629 पोलिंग स्टेशंस होंगे और जिसमें लोकेशन आधी होंगी, यानी 10,500 के करीब, 495 टू बी प्रिसाइज. यानी एक जगह पर दो बूथ या 3 बूथ होंगे, क्योंकि शहरी इलाके हैं. अर्बन एरियाज में 7,000 के लगभग और रूरल एरियाज में 13,000 के लगभग पोलिंग स्टेशंस होंगे. यहाँ भी हम लोग यूथ पीडब्ल्यूडी विमेन मैनेज्ड वोट्स बनाएंगे. और एक चेंज और हरियाणा में इस बार किया है, जो पूरी कंट्री में अर्बन एरियाज में हम लोग कर रहे हैं और स्लम एरियाज में, स्लम एंड मल्टी स्टोरीज इन अर्बन एरियाज, उसमें जो मल्टी हाउसिंग सोसाइटीज हैं, मल्टी स्टोरी हाउसिंग सोसाइटीज, उनमें भी पोलिंग स्टेशंस बना है. तो हरियाणा में इन पर्टिकुलर गुड़गांव, फरीदाबाद और सोनीपत, इनमें काफ़ी पोलिंग स्टेशंस को मल्टी स्टोरी में शिफ्ट किया. और वहाँ की जितनी स्लम्स हैं उनमें भी जहाँ रेशनलाइजेशन की जरूरत है वो किया है, ताकि दोनों क्षेत्रों में कंजेशन भी कम हो सके और वोटिंग की परसेंटेज भी बढ़ सके. तो जितने मेट्रोपॉलिटन बड़े सिटीज़ हैं, दिस इज़ वन वे ऑफ हैंडलिंग दी so called urban apathy in the elections. Not to repeat, but all polling stations will, as the commission has promised, would have 100% facilities for drinking water, toilets for male and female both, signages, ramp, wheelchairs, sheds. और अब की बार शेड की इतनी जरूरत शायद ना पड़े, मौसम अच्छा है. जो पिछले इलेक्शंस में गर्मी की वजह से दिक्कत हुई थी, इस बार नहीं होगी. इंक्लूसिव एंड एक्सेसिबल इलेक्शंस कराने के लिए हम पूरी तरह तत्पर हैं. इन दोनों राज्यों में जैसे अब पैन इंडिया 85+ लोगों को घर जाके वोटिंग का समय मिलता है, वो मिलेगा. और फिर से एक बार और दोबारा कुछ लोगों ने ये पूछा था वहां पर कि जब भी 85+ की घर पे वोटिंग होती है तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के एजेंट्स उनके साथ जा सकते हैं, सो दैट दे कैन सी फॉर देमसेल्व्स देयर इज नो मैनिपुलेशन एट ऑल. और उसकी वीडियोग्राफी भी होती रहेगी. तजुर्बा यही है कि बुजुर्ग लोग अभी भी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बूथ पे आना चाहते हैं, तो दैट इज ए वेरी वेलकम स्टेप. एंड द ऑफिशियल्स हैव बीन डायरेक्टेड टू provide all facilitations to them at that place. So is true for our voters having persons with disabilities. Technology, as you all know, is very deep rooted in the Indian elections. We will continue to use voter helpline, C-Vigil, KYC, Suvidha, all of this you are familiar with. Candidates की अगर कोई criminal background है तो वो लगातार वेबसाइट पे KYC नो योर कैंडिडेट ऐप पर उपलब्ध रहेगा. कोई भी देख सकते हैं कि उनकी कोई गतिविधि पास्ट में क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड की तो नहीं रही है. सभी एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज सेंट्रल एंड स्टेट्स अगेन as you know that during parliamentary elections we had a seizure of close to 10,000 crores and especially more so of drugs, liquor. That same rigor, rather with renewed emphasis, will continue. And जिस दिन हम J&K गए थे उस दिन सबसे बात की, सबको थोड़ा ताकीद किया और उसी दिन एक बड़ा सीजर भी हुआ हमारे सामने ही. So that process will continue. The menace of drugs in either of these two states, J&K and Haryana, would be severely dealt with, and similarly the liquor. सभी पोलिंग स्टेशंस पे इस बार हमने 100% CCTV की व्यवस्था की है और दोनों जगह में डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट्स और फील्ड फंक्शनरीज को दोनों जगह में अगेन very strict instructions have been given that उनको खाली निष्पक्ष रहना है, लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड इंश्योर करनी है. किसी के भी क्षेत्र से अगर इस प्रकार की शिकायत आती है कि वो कोई पक्षपातपूर्ण रवैया कर रहे हैं तो कमीशन विल बी एक्सट्रीमली स्ट्रिक्ट with absolutely no nonsense approach in these cases. Observers also again we will be emphasizing कि वो अपनी रहने की जगह अपना फ़ोन नंबर न्यूज़पेपर्स में पब्लिसाइज करें और कम से कम 1-2 घंटा एक दिन जरूर एक निर्धारित जगह पे बैठें ताकि कोई भी आके उनसे कुछ कह सके. फेक मीडिया, फेक न्यूज़ एंड सोशल मीडिया, यू आर ऑल अवेयर, वी आर ऑल्सो अवेयर. नाउ वी आर फार मोर इक्विप्ड टू हैंडल. सबको ताकीद दी गई है कि वो खास तौर से करें. J&K में सभी पार्टीज ने एक और स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि उनके जो कैंडिडेट्स हैं और जो पार्टी के ऑफिस बेरर्स हैं उनकी सिक्योरिटी सबको बराबर बराबर से मैच करके मिले. ऐसा नहीं कि किसी को ज़्यादा किसी को कम मिले. तो ये भी स्पष्ट इंस्ट्रक्शन वहाँ दी गई हैं एंड वी विल इंश्योर दैट ऑल कैंडिडेट्स गेट ड्यू सिक्योरिटी. What is intended is that the participation should increase in terms of the contesting candidates, in terms of the campaigning, in terms of participation, in terms of sweep activities, more of shikaras, more of cycles, more of rallies, and we will provide sufficient security to the candidates. To sum up, we are on a very happy note and a very, what should I say, after long gap, the elections are due and going to be held in J&K and in time in Haryana. और एक अच्छी चीज़ है इस बार इस समय में, अगर जम्मू कश्मीर में देखें तो फेस्टिवल का भी सीजन है, एप्पल का भी सीजन है, जस्मीन का भी सीजन है, सेफ्रॉन का भी सीजन है, शिकारा भी है, ट्यूलिप भी है और गुरेज फेस्टिवल भी इसी समय में है. तो सभी चीज़ें एक साथ कायनात ने इकट्ठी की हैं, उसमें जमहूरियत की उत्सव भी एक ही साथ है. और हरियाणा, एज यू ऑल नो, इज़ ए लैंड ऑफ एथलीट्स. ऑल दी एथलीट्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स हैव डन प्राउड टू द नेशन इन ओलंपिक्स. और ऑलमोस्ट इट्स ए नेशनल प्राइड, इट्स ए सिंबल ऑफ नेशनल प्राइड. सूरजकुंड का मेला भी है, पिंजौर का हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल भी है और ब्यूटीफुल राग एंड रागनी भी हैं हरियाणा में, जिनका डेमोक्रेटिक फेस्टिवल में, लोकतंत्र के चुनाव में जम के यूज होगा, ऐसी हमारी उम्मीद है. We made a promise to you that on 3rd of June, when we said we learned two things. So we made a promise that we will keep the election period short. So, in true spirit of keeping that promise, now we present the shorter electioneering period and in the best possible and conducive environment. Elections in J&K will be held in 3 phases. So this is a shorter period. This is a much shorter period, much shorter than even the parliamentary elections, which were 5. 20th of August, just the next day of the Amarnath Yatra being complete, the 19th, would be the date of notification for the first phase, nominations till 27th, scrutiny on the next day, 28th, and date of poll will be 18th of September, and it's a Wednesday. We are also keeping that in mind, not keeping Fridays and Mondays to give a longer holiday spell. Second phase would be on 29th of August, and the statutory period of nominations and all, poll being on 25th of September. And phase 3, nomination on 5th of September, and every voting finishing on 1st of October. So, counting would be on 4th of October, and everything would be over, bind up on 6th of October. We can show you the map also. It's how the scheduling is being done. The yellow portion is first. The yellow portion would have the districts of Kishtwar, Ramban, Doda on this side, Jammu side, and Anantnag, Pulwama, Shopian, and Kulgaon in the valley. The second phase would be Gandarbal, Srinagar, Badgaon on the valley, in the valley side, and on the Jammu side, Poonch, Rajouri, and Riyasi. And then the forces move up. So North Kashmir in the upper regions, and also the Jammu and Udhampur, Samba, and the Kathua region. This is what would be the schedule there. If we come to the schedule of Haryana, Haryana would be in the last phase, exactly coinciding with the third phase of J&K, nomination being on 5th of September, last date of making nomination on 12th of September, date of poll 1st October, and date of counting coinciding with J&K on 4th of October, everything to be over on 6th of October. So friends, and through you, we appeal to all the voters of Haryana and J&K to participate in largest possible number in the festival of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the very comprehensive briefing. Now we will have the round of questions. I would request every one of you to please raise your hand, whoever wishes to ask a question. The mic. We will. Excuse me, please. The person in the second row, green t-shirt. Please introduce yourself also.
Yes, please.
सर मेरा नाम ताबिश कमाल है, मैं जम्मू कश्मीर के गुलिस्तान और जेके चैनल से हूं। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि आज उमर अब्दुल्ला ने एक सवाल उठाया कि जो ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग हुई हैं वो बायस्ड हुई हैं, उस पर इलेक्शन कमीशन क्या करेगा? और दूसरा ये कि अमरनाथ यात्रा में बहुत ज़्यादा डिप्लॉय वहाँ पर फोर्सेज हैं, तो अब आप लोग कब वहाँ पर फोर्सेज डिप्लॉय करेंगे जिससे लोग इंश्योर हो सके, मतलब कि वो सुरक्षित हैं, महफूज हैं और वोट करने के लिए बाहर निकले?
Please give the mic to the media person in the purple shirt.
मैं संजय शर्मा हूं आज तक से। मेरा सवाल ये है कि महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा का कार्यकाल भी 25 को ही समाप्त हो रहा है, 26 नवंबर को। तो क्या वजह है कि इसके साथ ही चुनाव नहीं कराया जा रहा है? तो राजनीतिक हलकों में कहा जा रहा है कि ये कोई पॉलिटिकल कुछ ऐसा है तो निर्वाचन आयोग क्या सोचता है इस बारे में?
बहुत आसान है ये कहना और आपका पूछना भी।
Please give the mic to the person
तो बहुत ही आसान है पूछना।
in the blue shirt.
I'll answer.
Second last row.
हेलो हेलो सर, नीरज हूँ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया से। हमारा सवाल है कि जम्मू क्षेत्र में हाल के वक्त में आतंकी गतिविधियां बढ़ी हैं और आपने कहा भी था अपने चुनाव दौरे के दौरान जम्मू कश्मीर में कि बाहरी शक्ति हो या आंतरिक शक्ति कोई भी चुनाव को रोक नहीं सकती। इस बार जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकवादी गतिविधियां जो बढ़ी हैं वो कितनी बड़ी चुनौती है? और दूसरा हमारा एक सवाल है कि पहले भी ऐसे चुनाव कार्यक्रम रहे हैं कि जब एक साथ अवधि खत्म हो रही है, जैसे हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र की एक साथ खत्म हो रही है, एक आगे पीछे थोड़ा एक ही महीने में, तो आपने बाद में घोषणा किया लेकिन मतगणना एक साथ किया। क्या ऐसी कोई संभावना महाराष्ट्र को लेकर इन दोनों चुनाव के साथ आने वाले वक्त में क्लब होने की है, या महाराष्ट्र और झारखंड के विधानसभा चुनाव अलग होंगे सर?
So we'll take more questions or you would like to respond?
एक और.
Yeah. Please give the person the last. उधर चले जाइए. So this side we will take some questions. Please try them. Last में black shirt. थोड़ा जल्दी चले जाइए आप प्लीज।
हेलो सर, मैं गौरव श्रीवास्तव हूँ टाइम्स नेटवर्क से। सवाल ये सर कि जम्मू कश्मीर को लेकर हालिया मीटिंग हुई थी होम सेक्रेटरी के साथ और जाहिर तौर पर चुनाव आयोग ने बहुत तैयारियां की हैं। खास करके कुछ ऐसे कैंडिडेट्स हैं जिनको बहुत ज़्यादा थ्रेट है। आपने कहा कि हम उन्हें पर्याप्त सुरक्षा देंगे। किस तरह की सुरक्षा की डिटेल्स रहेगी या किस तरह की उन्हें सुरक्षा कैटेगरीज दी जाएगी ताकि वो महसूस कर सकें, खास करके वो इलाके जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा आतंक प्रभावित क्षेत्र रहे हैं। और जम्मू कश्मीर से ही जुड़ा दूसरा सवाल ये है कि सर, जैसा कि पूछा कि जो ताबड़तोड़ ट्रांसफर हुए 198 अधिकारियों के, उसमें राजनीतिक आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि चुनावों की घोषणा को देखते हुए कहीं ना कहीं इंटरफेयर करने की कोशिश जो है वो एलजी की तरफ से वहां पर जम्मू कश्मीर में की गई है। और जिस तरीके से 15 अगस्त को अधिकारियों को बुलाया गया और उसके बाद उन्हें ट्रांसफर्स की जो तरीके जिस तरीके से हुए, वो कहीं ना कहीं चुनाव में एक तरीके से निष्पक्षता पे सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं।
So let me take these questions first. पहले लास्ट और फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन को पहले लेता हूं। ट्रांसफर्स एंड पोस्टिंग्स इन J&K आज सुबह में हुई है। तो पहली बात तो शायद हमारा अनाउंसमेंट काफी जल्दी हो गया, लोगों को ये शायद इतनी जल्दी की उम्मीद नहीं थी। बट एनीवे, जो अभी हमने चेक किया है उसमें शायद एक एसपी हैं और 4 डीसीज हैं, बाकी सब फील्ड रिलेटेड उतने नहीं हैं। बाकी अभी हम डिटेल्स चेक करेंगे। एमसीसी लगने से पहले ट्रांसफर करना ना करना सरकारों के अधीन है, लेकिन अगर किसी भी सूरत में किसी भी समय में कोई भी अधिकारी के बारे में कोई भी लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड डिस्टर्ब होने की सूचना आती है तो उस पर आयोग अपने हिसाब से जांच करके कार्य करेगा, irrespective of the timing of the transfer. ऐसा भी हो सकता है कुछ आज ट्रांसफर हुआ हो, ऐसा भी हो सकता है कुछ पहले ट्रांसफर हुआ है। We'll be absolutely clear in our resolve to ensure that the district officials behave absolutely impartial without even one chinch being here and there. अमरनाथ जी की जो यात्रा है वो खत्म होगी 19 तारीख को। हमने पूरा असेसमेंट होम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ भी और फील्ड में भी और डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिशियल्स के साथ भी किया। वहां भी पर्याप्त मात्रा में फोर्सेस अमरनाथ जी की यात्रा के लिए उपलब्ध हैं, उपलब्ध रहेंगी और सफिशिएंट मात्रा में बटरेस की जाएंगी, स्ट्रेंथन की जाएंगी, जितनी जरूरत होगी उतनी की जाएंगी। लेकिन जो पूरा माहौल हम वहां देख के आए और जिस सोच के साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा, जैसे मैंने कहा ना, दुनिया देखेगी नापाक इरादों की शिकस्त की कहानी। फोर्स से ज्यादा जरूरी क्या है? फोर्स से ज्यादा जरूरी है वहां की आवाम का विश्वास और उनका अपने लिए अपनी सरकार देने का जज्बा। और जमहूरियत के फेस्टिवल को उसकी उसको आगे बढ़ाने की जो ललक हम देख के आए, हमें उम्मीद है कि लोग ही उसका बहुत भरपूर जवाब देंगे. बट नॉनदलेस sufficient forces will remain to deal with any eventuality, whatever comes on the way. Security threats to the candidates, to the districts, to other vulnerable positions or areas would be thoroughly under radar of the establishment and will be taken care of. मुद्दा एक ही है, मुद्दा यह है कि जो 2024 के पार्लियामेंट्री इलेक्शन में बुनियाद रखी गई, इमारत उससे भी बुलंद होनी चाहिए. ये ही रिजॉल्व है. महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव और हरियाणा का चुनाव एक साथ. देखिए, पहले महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा एक साथ हुए थे. 3 नवंबर हरियाणा की डेट है तो 26 नवंबर महाराष्ट्र की डेट है. राइट. उस समय में J&K was not a factor, so one could have gone little later. This time there are 4 elections in this year and 5th election just immediately after this, that is to start with J&K, Haryana, Maharashtra, Jharkhand and Delhi. So, depending on the forces, requirement of forces, which is, as I said, which is in a higher tone in J&K, हमने दो चुनाव को एक साथ करने का निर्णय लिया. और फिर ऐसा नहीं कर सकते कि जब J&K अनाउंस करें और J&K चल रहा हो तो उसके बीच में दूसरा अनाउंस करें. और साथ ही साथ और भी बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं. वो फैक्टर्स क्या हैं? अभी महाराष्ट्र में बारिश भी थी, BLOs का वर्क करना बाकी है, और बहुत सारे फेस्टिवल्स भी हैं जिसको हमें शेड्यूल करने में देखना है. दैट इज लाइक गणेश फेस्टिवल, पितृपक्ष, नवरात्रि, दिवाली, all that put together, this is what we thought that we can handle as 2 elections at a time. So therefore we decided to go this. And in any case, it is within 6 months of the schedule of the term of the assembly which is ending. I think I have answered all.
Yes, sir.
Next.
Please give the mic to the lady in the 3rd row. जल्दी जाइए थोड़ा आप. थर्ड रो थोड़ा जल्दी लेके जाइए माइक प्लीज.
माइक थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा रखिए.
Sir, the Supreme Court had set a September 30 deadline for conducting the polls in J&K. Is there any particular reason that you are going a day beyond?
Okay.
Please give the mic to the person in the first row, purple shirt.
नमस्कार सर, मैं प्रदीप कुमार, टोटल न्यूज़ से. मेरे 2 सवाल हैं सर. जम्मू कश्मीर में काफ़ी लंबे अंतराल के बाद चुनावी मुकाबला हो रहा है, वोटिंग होगी, काफ़ी वक्त लगा है आपको यहाँ तक पहुँचने में, इसकी क्या बड़ी वजह रही? और दूसरा सवाल है सर, हरियाणा में जो चुनावी तारीख का ऐलान हुआ है, हरियाणा को लेकर जो चर्चा हुई थी, जो बैठक हुई थी, राजनीतिक दलों ने भी कई सुझाव दिए थे, लेकिन हरियाणा में जो चुनावी मुकाबला है इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है क्योंकि दिल्ली से भी सटा हुआ है. दूसरा, हरियाणा के मिजाज की अगर बात करें, राज्यसभा चुनावी मुकाबला भी वहाँ पर होना है, तो क्या असर डालेगा ये विधानसभा का मुकाबला अगर इससे जोड़कर देखें?
प्लीज गिव द माइक टू द पर्सन, 3rd रो.
अनुज. सर, मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से. मेरा सवाल जम्मू और कश्मीर चुनाव को लेकर है. जिस तरह के हालात पिछले कई महीनों से घाटी में बने हैं, खास तौर पे मैं यहाँ पर सर, जिस तरह के हालात कई महीनों से घाटी में बने हैं और खास तौर पे जम्मू के रीजन में बने हैं, जो कि पूरा टेरर प्रोन एरिया हो गया है और वहाँ पर एक तरह से देखा जा रहा है कि लगातार सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस और आतंकियों के बीच लगातार मुठभेड़ चल रही है। तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव कराना, फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन कराना एक बड़ा चैलेंज इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने भी है। तो किस तरह के डिप्लॉयमेंट होंगे, उसके लिए किस तरह की तैयारी की गई है, किस तरह से एजेंसियों के बीच कोऑर्डिनेशन है और कैसे आप कैंडिडेट को भी और साथ साथ मतदाता को भी इंश्योर करेंगे कि वे अपने जमहूरियत में मताधिकार का प्रयोग स्पष्ट तौर पर कर पाए, बिना किसी फियर के कर पाए।
We will take one more question from there first.
सर मैं अरविंद हूं, मैं दैनिक जागरण न्यूज़पेपर से। सर मेरा सवाल है, आपने चुनाव के दौरान लोकसभा में आपने कई एम की बात की थी, एक उसमें फेक नैरेटिव था। इस बार चुनाव आयोग उस फेक नैरेटिव से निपटने के लिए क्या तैयारी कर रहा है?
Mic to the lady, third row, first lady.
सर मैं पूनम हूँ।
थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए,
थोड़ा आप आगे आ जाइए।
सर मैं पूनम।
ओके, वेलकम।
ओके।
सर मैं पूनम हूँ अमर उजाला से। जम्मू कश्मीर और हरियाणा दोनों जगह पर ड्रग्स एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है और जिस तरह से आपने कहा कि जिस दिन आप लोग वहाँ थे उस दिन भी सीजर हुआ है, तो उससे निपटने के लिए क्या होगा? क्या जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं वो अतिरिक्त होंगे या कुछ और इंतजाम किया जाएगा?
Now let me answer these questions. About 30th September. 19 अगस्त को अमरनाथ जी यात्रा खत्म होगी। 4-6 जून को पार्लियामेंट्री इलेक्शंस खत्म हुए हैं। उसके बाद वेदर, उसके बाद अमरनाथ जी यात्रा। There is no way one could have gone exactly on the date, which is 19th. We are not giving even half a day when one could have started. And it is well begun within the time period, and it will be finished in the time. So it's not a day here and there which really is important. What is important is that we go by the spirit. And it is not only as I mentioned in Jammu, the amendments to the J&K Reorganization Act in terms of providing the reservations came in December 2023. So
on 90 seats in Jammu and Kashmir, it will be a three-phase election. Results for both Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana will be on 4th of October, which will be, of course, the day of counting as well. So 90 seats of Haryana and 90 seats of Jammu and Kashmir go to polls before the first. So the last phase is on first. 90 assembly constituencies of Haryana will poll in one phase on first. Nazir is joining us live. Nazir, so much anticipation, much talked about Jammu and Kashmir election will finally happen. It will be a three-phase election which will begin and end on first and the counting on fourth.
Well, more than any election, it is a revival of democracy which was in a suspended animation for last several years. And people, everybody, even those who are not politicians, common men, they have been eagerly waiting for the day when Election Commission will announce the date for the election. So finally the day has come. I'm joined by Mr. Nasir Sulami, senior leader of National Conference. Nasir Saab, what does this election mean to you? You all have been demanding election. I remember in 2019 when parliament elections were held, you met the Election Commission when they had, you said there should be simultaneous elections. And since 2019, you were waiting, then a lot happened in between.
More than us wanting the election, it's the people of Jammu and Kashmir who wanted an
elected government for so many years now. I think the last election we had was 2014, and since 2018 we don't have an elected government. So everybody wanted an elected government to be in place, because this Israel state, now UT, is a very difficult state to run, and we have always maintained that one LG, one odd advisor and few officers can't manage this entire state. So these local representatives are a very important part of the system, and we also deserved a democracy. Finally, we are seeing hope that it will be there soon.
And this is also not just it is happening, this election is after a longest gap of 1 decade, the assembly elections are happening. This is first election in the Union territory. And interestingly, two former chief ministers, Umar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, have decided not to contest this election. They say, in Umar Abdullah saying, how can I go when all the powers rest with the lieutenant governor? Even for the appointment of a peon, I'll have to go to lieutenant governor. But now there's a parties are telling them, no, you contest. Even the PDP leaders saying that we will try to convince Mehbooba Mufti to contest. Well, Farooq Abdullah has said he will contest, but there's Umar Abdullah has said so far he may not. You tell me, what is the view of the party NC? Will Umar Abdullah contest or not?
It is too premature to comment on this. For anybody to fight elections on behalf of the party has to take a view, and that decision is supreme. Our party president and the parliamentary board will sit. Yeah. They will decide. We would definitely want Umar Sahab to fight the elections, because he is the one who can really steer this election in a proper way, and we need him to be there. He is one voice which is so strong a voice that we can get lots of things sorted out for this.
So you want Umar Abdullah to contest this?
Definitely,
but saying he will not contest.
But decision will eventually be party's decision, and party president and vice president will decide. Whatever I say, it is really very premature to say.
Okay. So you and National Conference and the Congress contested parliament elections together, and they have got together 41.7% votes, which is the highest. Will you contest together? So far, Farooq Abdullah saying you may go on solo.
That again, because see...
But I have heard there is informal talks are already underway with Congress.
See, I'll tell you, we were all waiting for this press conference.
Okay.
We were not sure about the elections, to be very honest with you. There were lots of speculations. Even today, before this press conference, I got a message that they are going to say that we won't have elections in Jammu Kashmir, but rest of the states will have.
So there was a cynicism till the moment.
Till the last moment. So we have not put our heads together for all these things. Now that the ball has been set into motion, we will discuss the alliance part of it. The candidates have to be finalized. Our manifesto has to come out. All things, these things you will see in the coming days will come out.
Many people were painting doomsday picture in Jammu and Kashmir. They were saying elections are not possible given the spate of terror attacks, major attacks, particularly in Jammu, that was free from militancy. But Election Commission has made it very clear during their visit to Kashmir, Srinagar. And they said, no internal or the external threat can derail democracy, and they lived by their word.
See, this is what we had impressed upon them, and we are very thankful to the Commission. They heard this. We had told them that Jammu Kashmir, we have had elections in '95 also when the political process was started, and we had the first parliament election after a gap of about 5-6 years. And then also '96 assembly elections. So all the predecessors of this Commission had held elections in the worst of scenarios. So we had just requested them that this is a question of their credibility, and I'm glad they have stood to their credibility, and they have
also importantly, despite all these threats, attacks, series of attacks, not just Election Commission is holding elections, they are holding elections in just 3 phases, which is really unprecedented, because even in parliament elections were held in 5 phases.
90 seats is what we are looking at. I'm going to come back to you, Nazir, in just a bit, but let me cut across to Gurpreet Chinna, who's joining us from outside the Congress office in Haryana. Gurpreet, over to you. What is the anticipation? You know, it is being said as a crucial election, a do-or-die election for Congress party in Haryana. Are they battle ready? In fact,
well, yes, of course.
The former Congress, the former NC president, and also the former chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Let's listen in.
शायद 87-88 के बाद ये पहली मर्तबा है कि इतने कम अरसे के अंदर और इतने कम फेजेस में इलेक्शन जो हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में कराए जा रहे हैं। जाहिर सी बात है कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ के लिए ये एक नया तजुर्बा होगा, लेकिन मैं नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के तरफ से इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि हम पहले से ही इस दिन की तैयारी में लगे हुए थे और बिल्कुल फौरी तौर हम अपना इलेक्शन का सिलसिला जो है वो शुरू कर लेंगे। इसके साथ साथ इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के तरफ से अभी जो मैं उनका प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस सुन रहा था, उन्होंने फ्री और फेयर पोल्स पे बहुत ज़ोर दिया। उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी को लेके किसी तरह की पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होनी चाहिए उसका जिक्र किया। तो मैं फौरी तौर इलेक्शन कमीशन से गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं, हम उन्हें एक चिट्ठी भी भेज रहे हैं आज कि लगातार पिछले 24 घंटे में जो बेशुमार यहाँ ट्रांसफ़रें हुई, इलेक्शन कमीशन को उनका फौरी तौर जायज़ा लेना चाहिए। इतने सारे अफसर अचानक ट्रांसफ़र किए जाना, हमें तो शक है कि ये हुकूमत, दिल्ली की जो हुकूमत की पार्टी है बीजेपी, उन्हीं का लगाया हुआ लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर है यहाँ पे। बीजेपी को मदद और बीजेपी को फ़ायदा और उनके जो सहयोगी बी टीम, सी टीम, डी टीम है यहाँ पे, उनको मदद पहुँचाने के लिए ये ट्रांसफ़र कराई गई हैं। इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से फौरी तौर इन ट्रांसफ़रों पे जो है एक उनको इनका नोटिस लेके उन्हें एग्ज़ामिन करना चाहिए और जो ट्रांसफ़र्स उनके गाइडलाइन से बाहर हैं उनको रोक दिया जाना चाहिए। और इसी के साथ साथ जो पिछले 1-2 साल में मेन स्ट्रीम पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़, खासकर वो जिन्होंने बीजेपी और बीजेपी के एजेंडा की मुखालफत की, हम लोगों की जो सिक्योरिटी कम की गई है, कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जिनकी सिक्योरिटी पूरी तरह से पिछले दिनों विड्रॉ की गई, फौरी तौर इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से इसमें ऑर्डर दिया जाना चाहिए और मेन स्ट्रीम जो नॉन बीजेपी एलाइड पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ हैं उनकी सिक्योरिटी जो है फौरी तौर रिस्टोर की जानी चाहिए। बाकी इलेक्शन के हवाले से जो बातें करनी होगी आगे आगे तो आप लोगों से बड़ी मुलाकातें होंगी तो
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
The Jammu and Kashmir elections are pending since 2014 and the first one since the abrogation of Article 370 will be held in 3 phases. That is the big announcement that's coming in from the Election Commission. Our top headlines. The Election Commission declares poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir to vote in 3 phases. Haryana votes on October 1st. The counting for both the states will be on October 4th. Calcutta High Court takes up the matter on vandalism at RG Kar Medical Hospital and College. 19 arrested. The mob had attacked the emergency ward. Doctors demand safety. BRS working president makes a insensitive comment against women after the backlash. KTR apologizes, tells NDTV it was said in lighter vein.
Commission does in fact call me, I will respond.
Vice President Dhankar raises constitutional propriety issue. He says that he's worried about narrative aimed at destroying economy. And Sharmila Tagore star Gulmohar wins the Best Film at the National Film Awards. Rishabh Shetty wins the Best Actor Award. The first big effort in the direction to meet the Supreme Court's order that democracy in Jammu and Kashmir must be restored and must return to the valley by September 30th. The Election Commission has made that announcement of the dates of elections in Jammu and Kashmir. There will be a three-phase election, the first one on September 18th. The second phase will be held on 25th of September. And the final phase of Jammu and Kashmir will be on October 1st. In fact, the counting for both the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, remember 90 seats of Haryana also go to polls on October 1st in a single phase, and the counting for both these assemblies will be held on October 4th. In preparations for the elections, the Election Commission had visited the valley, and it had published the final voter list and it has in fact said that it will be publishing the final voter list by August 20th, a day after the Amarnath Yatra ends. Around 87 lakh voters are expected to vote in what will be seen as a big event of democracy happening for the first time since the abrogation of Article 370 in 2019. Both the states of Jammu and Kashmir and, of course, it's a union territory right now, and Haryana will be seeing elections, and the counting will be on October 4th. What about the other two states, crucial states of Jharkhand and Maharashtra? The Election Commission said that dates will be announced at a later stage. We have Sajjan Kumar joining us live and also Surendra Sharma. But first, coming to you, Sajjan, it's a big day, certainly, that it was long waiting. There was a lot of discussion. When will democracy return? When will the process begin? So the process is going to begin now. So, the ball has been set into motion.
Yeah, precisely. And more importantly, Article 370, which was abrogated 5 years back. Now, this election will further seal that abrogation in terms of the tangible discourse by having the election wherein every player, democratic stakeholder, the parties, they will participate. So that would be kind of a normalization of the state at par with the other states, because in the meantime, it was in the transition phase. The Article 370 was abrogated. Jammu and Kashmir was one state, but the parliamentary and election, which is the most popular democratic exercise, was due. So certainly the context for Jammu and Kashmir is that the state has many security challenges, and that would be a Herculean task. But nevertheless, this process is something that will be the closing chapter of Article 370 in spirit. While for Haryana, it would be more like the normal politics of testing the water for both the BJP and the Congress, and therefore the community-centric dimensions of Jat versus non-Jats, and therefore the consolidation of Jats in favor of Congress this time is giving at least a head start to the Congress in the perception war. In reality, it may be slightly closer, but at least in perception, Haryana is where the BJP has to kind of neutralize the anti-incumbency, and that is going to be a tough task. So these two elections are both important for the democratic discourse, but one has a security kind of a centric concerns. But nevertheless, in the backdrop of Article 370's abrogation, this election will also test the popular participation and mandate in Lok Sabha election, wherein the concern was that the voting percentage was dipping down. Suppose this time, and that is the Herculean task of the Election Commission, it sounded quite confident also. If the electoral participation this time in Jammu and Kashmir will increase, irrespective of all the political parties and their own agenda, this would be a victory of the democratic discourse into the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and it would be the final kind of,
Sajjan, I agree with you. It was long anticipated, and finally we will be seeing that. We have a senior journalist joining us also from Jammu, Surendra Sharma. Mr. Sharma, what is, the recently held Lok Sabha polls gave a lot of confidence perhaps to Election Commission and to all the observers that Jammu and Kashmir is yearning for that democratic process to begin. And now we are seeing that. Would you say that this record participation that we saw during Lok Sabha will also be something that we'll be seeing in the assembly elections?
Can I speak in Hindi?
Please go ahead.
It will be more comfortable and more to explain more things in it. Okay, thank you. देखिए, जिस तरह से जम्मू कश्मीर में लोकसभा के चुनाव हुए, जम्मू कश्मीर में लोकसभा चुनाव में लोगों का एक ओवरवेलमिंग पार्टिसिपेशन होना, वोट परसेंटेज पहली बार जम्मू कश्मीर की हिस्ट्री में 58% पोलिंग होना, एक बात। दूसरा ये कि जम्मू कश्मीर में सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो को लेकर अब भी लोगों को और पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को लग रहा था कि शायद इस बार भी सिक्योरिटी का हवाला देकर कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर के चुनाव टाल ना दिए जाएं। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ रैंडमली आप देखिए कि सरकार जम्मू कश्मीर में लगातार बेहतर हालात की बात कर रही थी। जम्मू कश्मीर में G20 समिट का होना, टूरिस्ट जो है वो 1 करोड़ सवा करोड़ के आसपास टूरिस्ट का आना, तो ये सारी चीजें। और तीसरी बात ये कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की डेडलाइन, तो ये तीनों बातों को अगर हम एक साथ जोड़कर देखें तो हमें लग रहा था कि इलेक्शन कमीशन के लिए इस बार थोड़ा दाएं बाएं होने की गुंजाइश कम हो गई है, थोड़ा इलेक्शन से खिसकने की गुंजाइश बहुत कम हो गई थी। तो उस लिहाज से भी ये देखा जा रहा था। और जम्मू कश्मीर में जैसा अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया ने दौरा भी किया और जम्मू की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो उन्होंने कैटेगोरिकली कहा कि हालात का हवाला देकर सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो की वजह से हम बार बार इलेक्शन को डिरेल नहीं कर सकते हैं, ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात थी, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेटमेंट थी इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया की। तो उससे लग रहा था कि इस साल जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव कराना इलेक्शन कमीशन के लिए जो है वो जरूरी होगा, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की डेडलाइन भी है। गवर्नमेंट खुद भी क्लेम कर रही है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात बेहतर हुए हैं। पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन में ओवरवेलमिंग रिस्पॉन्स और वोट परसेंटेज बड़ा हाई होना, तो ये सारी बातें इंडिकेट कर रही थी कि इस बार जम्मू कश्मीर में इलेक्शन होने के आसार पूरी तरह से बनते हुए दिखाई दे रहे थे।
Absolutely, I mean, it was historic participation that was seen in Lok Sabha elections, highest in many decades, with the average being around 58.58%. We have Nazir Masoodi, my colleague, joining us from Srinagar. Long queues of voters is what we saw, Nazir, across polling stations during Lok Sabha polls, and it was certainly seen as a testament of Jammu and Kashmir's democratic spirit, something that will be that is being said that anticipated or is expected in when the elections will be held in 3 phases.
Exactly. Unfortunately, there has been gap between the narrative in the rest of the country and the reality on the ground. Election and the voting, participation, democracy has always been a way of life. People have braved bloods, guns and voted. Boycott calls, and so many people have been killed for just their right to vote by militants. So now when militancy was actually waning, situation was getting better, people were asking one question: why elections are not happening? So after reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir was stripped of its special status under 370. Then after year, people were asking why government is not holding elections. There was delimitation, there was redrawing of the boundaries. So many things were happening. Finally, Election Commission announcing election, despite the fact that many people were actually painting a doomsday-like situation in Jammu and Kashmir because of the spate of attacks in Jammu region, where security force, particularly army, have been suffering large number of casualties, which is really unprecedented. But Election Commission has made it very clear that no internal or the external threat will be allowed to come in the way of elections, and nothing will be allowed to derail the electoral process, democratic process in Jammu and Kashmir. And if they do it, there's an attack and they will stop it. It would be like a chicken and egg situation, because elections in Jammu and Kashmir have been held in much worse situation. The worst phase of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir was in 2002, and that was the election, one of the most participative election in Jammu and Kashmir. So violence or the democracy,
Nazir,
as we
thank
say,
you so much for joining us, and thank you to all the guests who are joining us. I'm going to go straight to Kolkata, where West Bengal Chief Minister, in fact, Mamata Banerjee, has taken to the streets demanding death penalty for accused in the rape and murder case. You can see the Chief Minister, in fact, holding that roadshow or march on the streets of Kolkata. She has been saying that now that the probe has been handed over to the CBI, the investigation must be completed in a time-bound manner. She has been demanding that the doctors must come back to work. The protesting doctors have been continuing with their protests. Mamata Banerjee holding a rally in Kolkata, and so certainly we will try and connect with the reporters, but these are the visuals coming in. West Bengal Chief Minister, the only woman Chief Minister in India at present. She is the one who has taken this entire battle to the streets. She is standing with the doctors, she is standing with the women, and has been demanding justice for the 31-year-old doctor who was brutally raped and murdered at RG Kar Medical Hospital. She has been demanding death penalty. Questions have been raised on the role of Kolkata police. Did they tamper with evidence? Were efforts being made for some kind of cover-up? Now that the case has been handed over to the CBI, we can certainly expect some justice. Now that Kolkata CP has also held a press conference, and they are saying that no one from police informed the family that this was a case of suicide, and such news are fake. And it has also gone on to say that there is a lot of rumor mongering which is happening about the nature of investigation. A 3-member team, according to the police, conducted the post-mortem, and it is on video. The CBI has accessed the post-mortem video, and there is no doubt as far as transparency is concerned. So the Kolkata police facing a lot of questions and in the eye of the storm, certainly now coming out with its defense, but it has lots to explain, lots to really explain in terms of how did this entire investigation go so horribly wrong. The doctors, remember, have submitted their demands, and they have been demanding that they should be given protection. And this is not just about Bengal and Kolkata. This is playing out across India, where doctors have been protesting and saying that they are unsafe in their own working spaces. So a lot of questions being raised, of course, amidst nationwide uproar over the Kolkata hospital rape and murder. West Bengal Chief Minister is now on the streets. She has been demanding a death penalty for the guilty. She has also given an ultimatum to the CBI, which is the Central Bureau of Investigation, that the central agency that has taken over the case has to ensure capital punishment for the culprits. And with the protesters accusing the police, remember, of mishandling the case, and the Trainee is being accused of trying to destroy evidence, this rally by the Chief Minister has definitely come as a surprise to many. She is facing a lot of questions, particularly from an aggressive opposition in the BJP. Mamata Banerjee also holds the home portfolio in Bengal. In fact, there has been a lot of public outrage and outrage over the case, and after this heinous crime which happened in Kolkata. And the CBI is now handling the case. This is what Mamata Banerjee had said, and they should be giving all the details of the investigation. And the deadline given by the Chief Minister to the Kolkata police to complete the investigation, remember, was August 17th. And the Trinamool Congress says that that must also apply to the Central Bureau of Investigation. On that note, and with these visuals, we are slipping into a short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world, and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area.
And after much outrage, KTR, BRS leader, has apologized for remarks after women's panel began its probe. Remember, KTR had spoken about women utilizing the state's free bus travel scheme, which was introduced shortly after the Congress came to power in the state this year. And Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister had condemned the statement and the comments of BRS Working President K.T. Rama Rao, saying it reflects a mindset towards women. KTR had mocked women peeling onions and garlic and travelling in the free bus service of the Congress government in Telangana, adding that he had no objection if they did so, or if they danced in the bus.
BRS Working President, Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, middle of a controversy, your comments saying that women can peel onions, can stitch, or even get into a break dance inside a bus has created quite an outrage. Now the commission, Women's Commission, says they'll have a probe, and the minister has asked you for an unconditional apology.
Well, I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. You know, when the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does in fact call me, I will respond.
With that, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad. Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
News just coming in that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has received a telephone call from Professor Mohammad Yunus, who is the Chief Advisor of Government of Bangladesh. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, reiterated India's support for a democratic, stable, peaceful and progressive Bangladesh. The government has put out a detailed press release of this conversation which happened between Prime Minister Modi and Professor Mohammad Yunus of Bangladesh. Prime Minister also went on to say that there is a need for the interim government to ensure safety and protection to Hindus and all other minority communities. In fact, what we are being told is that Professor Yunus has assured protection, safety and security of Hindus and all minorities in Bangladesh. The two leaders have also discussed ways to take the bilateral relationship between the two countries forward in line with the respective national priorities. And in fact, more details emerging in the Kolkata rape and murder horror. The Kolkata police chief has defended his force. Let's listen in.
You know how the investigation happens. The UD case is a natural process. Murder is an unnatural death. When there is immediately you have to do an inquest. Inquest is preceded by a UD case. So there is, I don't see why it is being spread that by starting a UD case, we wanted to hush up the matter and make it look like a suicide case.
And the winners of the 70th National Film Awards have been announced. In fact, Gulmohar, starring Manoj Bajpayee and Sharmila Tagore, has won the award for the best Hindi film. Best actress has gone to Nithya Menon and Manasi Parekh in Kutch Express. Best director to Suraj Barjatia Unchai for his film Unchai. And best supporting actor has gone to Pawan Malhotra from the film Fauji. The Election Commission, remember, has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. 90 assembly constituencies in Jammu and Kashmir and 90 in Haryana will be polling the whole of September, and the results will be out on 4th of October. Jammu and Kashmir will be polling in 3 phases, while there will be a single phase voting for Haryana on 1st of October.
Nomination being on 5th of September, last date of making nomination on 12th of September, date of poll 1st October, and date of counting coinciding with J&K on 4th of October, everything to be over on 6th of October. Elections in J&K will be held in 3 phases. 20th of August, just the next day of the Amarnath Yatra being complete, the 19th, would be the date of notification for the first phase. Nominations till 27th, scrutiny on the next day, 28th, and date of poll will be 18th of September, and it's a Wednesday. We are also keeping that in mind, not keeping Fridays and Mondays to give a longer holiday spell. Second phase would be on 29th of August, and the statutory period of nominations and all. Poll being on 25th of September. And phase 3, nomination on 5th of September, and every voting finishing on 1st of October. So counting would be on 4th of October, and everything would be over, bind up on 6th of October.
And cutting across to Kolkata, where West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is addressing a crowd. Let's listen in.
আমি জানি সিপিএম আর বিজেপি ভাঙচুরটা করেছে আরজি করে গিয়ে নাটক করেও যখন শেষ হয়নি আমি সাধারণ মানুষের প্রতিবাদকে স্যালুট জানাই সাধারণ মা বোনেদের সেখানে আমার কিছু বলার নেই নিশ্চয়ই তারা তাদের ঠিক কাজ করেছেন বলে আমার মনে হয় কিন্তু বলুন তো রাত্রি একটার সময়
blaming other political parties in a way for politicizing the issue. She's essentially saying that the left parties who went to RG Hospital did a lot of drama and there was actually no effort by anybody to resolve the situation.
National flag ke misuse koreche punishment হওয়া উচিত এটা একটা ক্রিমিনাল অফেন্স জাতীয় পতাকা নিয়ে কাউকে গুন্ডাগিরি করতে দেওয়া হয় না জাতীয় পতাকাকে স্যালুট জানাতে হয় সম্মান জানাতে হয় মনে রাখবেন মণিপুরে বিজেপি কটা টিম পাঠিয়েছিলেন সিপিএম কটা টিম পাঠিয়েছিলেন হাতরাসে কজনকে পাঠিয়েছিলেন উন্নয়নে কাকে পাঠিয়েছিলেন দিল্লিতে যখন এনআরসির নামে গাদা গাদা লোক খুন হয়ে গেল কটা টিম পাঠিয়েছিলেন আজকে বাংলায় একটা ইঁদুর কামড়ালেও আপনাকে 55টা 154টা টিম পাঠাতে হয় লজ্জা করে না আমাকে আপনারা যা ইচ্ছা বলুন আমার গায়ে ফোস্কা পড়বে না আমি মার খেতে খেতে একটা জীবন্ত লাশ হয়ে গেছি আমি যতদিন বাঁচবো মানুষের কাজ করব আমাকে চমকানি দেখাবেন না সিপিএম বিজেপি আমাকে ধমকানি দেখাবেন না
So Mamata Banerjee, they're essentially saying that other political parties cannot intimidate her in any way. She also is in a way pointing out that these political parties have in fact been, other parties left as well as the Congress have in fact been using this issue to politicize and attack her and target her, but that she's not going to fall for these tactics. She'll not be intimidated by anybody.
আপনি ফোন করে করে বলেননি অনেক জায়গায় সব স্ট্রাইক বানাও বিজেপি কি ভাবছেন বাংলাদেশে একটা দুর্ভাগ্যজনক ঘটনা ঘটেছে এত ছাত্র মারা গেছে আমরা বাংলাদেশ নিয়ে কথা বলতে পারি না আমি বলিও না তাই এটা দেশের ব্যাপার দেশ দেখবে কিন্তু আমরা শুধু ভদ্রতা করব আর আপনারা ভাববেন আমরা দুর্বল হয়ে গেছি এটা নয়
Mamata Banerjee also says that none of these tactics will actually be used by anybody to intimidate her, that TMC is not going to back down. This is not going to weaken the Bengal government or TMC in any way.
Enough to fight the situation, enough to take the action. কামদুনির কেসে আমরা দুজনকে ফাঁসি দিয়েছিলাম জেনে রাখুন কোর্ট দেয়নি দিতে তারা দিয়েছিল যাবজ্জীবন এবারে আমরা ছাড়বো না এবারে আমরা চাই ফাঁসি দিতে হবে আপনারা ধনঞ্জয় চ্যাটার্জিকে ফাঁসি দিয়েছিলেন এইখানে দাঁড়িয়ে বুদ্ধদেব বাবুশ্রী বলেছিলেন মীরা দেবী কিন্তু সত্যিকারের লোক কি শাস্তি পেয়েছিল পায়নি এই তো প্রতিদিন কাগজে আমি রোজ পড়ছি একটা করে স্টোরি তারা লিখছেন এলাকা থেকে যে ভদ্রলোককে দিয়ে জোর করে মিথ্যে কথা বলানো হয়েছিল আর নির্দোষী লোক শাস্তি পেয়েছিল, সে বলছে আমার আজকে অপরাধ বোধ হচ্ছে। আর ধনঞ্জয় বাবুর বউ বলছে আমি অ্যাটলিস্ট শান্তি পাচ্ছি। এই কথাটা শুনে আমি আজও বেঁচে আছি, যাতে আমার শান্তি, আমার আত্মা শান্তি পায়। কি মনে করবেন না এত তাড়াতাড়ি সব ভুলে গেলেন? ন্যাশনাল কমিশন পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে বিজেপি, সব লোকজন বিজেপি পার্টি।
Mamata Banerjee also saying that the BJP is actually using its goons in order to flare up the situation, specifically talking about the vandalism which took place at the Arjikor hospital. She, in a way, once again is blaming the BJP for the violence there.
নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু বলে আজ আমরা চোর ভোটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিবিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল, যা যা পুলিশের কাছে এভিডেন্স আছে পুলিশ সব দিয়ে দিয়েছে। এখন তুমি নাও না রিপোর্ট সিবিআই এর কাছে। একদিন গেছিলাম ওর বাড়িতে সোমবার, মাকে বলে এসেছিলাম, বাবাকে ওদের সাথে কথা বলে পারমিশন নিয়ে যে আমাকে 4 দিন টাইম দিন, রবিবারের মধ্যে যদি আমরা এই মামলার সবটা তদন্ত করে শেষ করতে না পারি আর ফাঁসির ব্যবস্থার জন্য বিচারালয়ে সবকিছু করতে না পারি, আপনি রবিবার দিন নিজেই সিবিআই কে দিয়ে দেবো বলেছিলাম কি বলিনি? তাহলে আপনারা অপেক্ষা করতে পারতেন। সিপিএম পার্টি, বিজেপি পার্টি, আমি পরিবারকে দোষ দিই না, বলুন আপনারা মঙ্গলবার।
And with that, it's a wrap from me. I'll be joining you in just a bit. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Sharmila Tagore and Manoj Bajpayee starrer Gulmohar wins Best Film in Hindi category at the 70th National Film Festival Awards.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, had already held a press conference and he had given answer in detail saying they welcome this move and they are ready. Campaign has already been started working on the multiple issues also, and the main issue is unemployment, which they have been raising. They say even the farmers, that vote bank had already been drifted from the BJP. So let's see, the BJP has a lot of challenge. First, that anti-incumbency is there. They have been ruling in the state for the last 2 terms. So let's see that what political strategy they are going to opt, and at the same time we have seen some of the regional party INLD,
right.
They had already forged alliance with the BSP, and JJP is also independently contesting elections. So let's see, very interesting political scenario this time in Haryana, because Aam Aadmi Party is the third party which is going to contest the election first time in Haryana. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for giving us those details. Haryana, a politically crucial state for not just the BJP, but also the Congress party, will go to polls on the 1st of October. Of course, the results will be announced on the 4th of October. This is going to be important because Haryana has seen only the BJP government for the last 10 years, and the Congress is also looking at an opportunity. That was Gurpreet Chinna, my colleague, giving us some details on that. Moving on to stories from other parts of the country. In the midst of a nationwide uproar over what happened in a Kolkata hospital, this rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor that happened in RG Kar Medical Hospital, a state-owned government hospital, an episode that led to a national outrage of sorts across the country. Now, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee took out a rally in Kolkata today. She has given an ultimatum, a Sunday ultimatum, to the Central Bureau of Investigation that is probing this case. Remember that the Calcutta High Court had instructed the CBI to take over the probe of this case, and she has given a Sunday ultimatum to CBI to ensure that the accused is hanged till death by then. Mamata Banerjee has also alleged that it is the BJP that sent vandals to the RG Kar Medical Hospital on the eve of the Independence Day. Remember, almost 18 rooms of the RG Kar Medical Hospital were vandalized, medical equipment were stolen and also destroyed one day before Independence Day, even as women of Kolkata had taken out a march asking questions of the state government.
Why this impression is being created that UD case necessarily means it is a case of suicide? It is not true. Please, the entire population is being made to understand that UD case means suicide. We wanted to make it a case of suicide. It is not true. We have to be restrained in our response. We cannot be, using force left, right, and center just like that. Yes, despite that, the barricade was breached, and people got into this, vandalized the place. So later on, this thing, we had 15 people injured badly, including the DC North Division.
BJP, সব লোকজন BJP পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও বিজেপি দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু বলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন, রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে আইবিএসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল?
Moving on, the winners of the 70th National Film Awards have been announced today, celebrating the best in cinema from 2022. In fact, Gulmohar, which is a film starring Manoj Bajpayee and Sharmila Tagore, has gotten the award in the best film category. Best actress has gone to Nitya Menon in Tiruchitrabalam, and of course, Mansi Parekh has been awarded best actress in Kutch Express. The best director has gone to Suraj Barjatia for Unchai. Unchai, the film, has also bagged the best actress for Neena Gupta and best supporting actor for Pawan Malhotra. My colleague Sam Daniel, in fact, is with the best female singer, Bombay Jayashree. Let's go across to him.
Thank you, Vasudha. I have with me the Nightingale of the South, Bombay Jayashree, who has been awarded the Best Female Playback Singer. Thank you very much. Congratulations. How does it feel, your first award?
I'm grateful. I'm delighted for this national award, and it's come for this Malayalam song by Pali Francis. Thank you so much for having me.
Tell me about the experience of this particular number. It's called the Chayum Veil for the film Saudi Velaka.
Yeah,
it's a Malayalam film.
It's a Malayalam film, and I sang it for a debutant music director, Pali. It's his first music production. And I remember coming back home and telling my people at home that I sang a very enchanting song, lovely melody. So it was a lovely experience.
Did you at that time imagine that the number would fetch you the National Best Female Playback Singer Award?
Absolutely not.
Tell us about the context of that film.
The what?
The context, the meaning of the film.
I haven't seen the film.
The meaning of the song?
It's a very pleasant love song. And unfortunately, I haven't seen the film.
You have made a remarkable comeback. A few years ago, you suffered a health emergency. You were hospitalized in UK for a long time. Even there, I understand you spent time while recovering, writing songs. Tell us about that, how that helped you to make a comeback.
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, I was on a concert tour in the UK, and it's in Liverpool that I suffered this brain hemorrhage, aneurysm. But what brought me back is music, which is the only thing I know, and God's grace, of course. And my family was with me, my husband Ramnath and my son Amrit, who is a composer and a singer. So he kept nudging me to revive with me. So he kept singing through, and that's when I wrote a couple of songs, one of which is to be released very soon.
Nyabagam.
Yeah, Nyabagam was for the film Varshangal Sesham, Arsangalika Sesham. I also wrote a Tamil song which is going to be released as an independent song very soon.
Right. And in 2013, if my memory is right, you were nominated for Oscar Awards for your song in the Pi's Lullaby from Pi's, the how do you call it? Life of Pi. Tell us about that experience and how that has kept you completely motivated.
Oh yes, that was fantastic. First of all, recording the song for Ang Lee sir and Michael Dana sir was a great experience, and the film itself is a coming together of so many cultures. Chinese, Canadian, Tamil. The story is about a Tamil boy who goes on a ship and befriends a tiger. So that was a great experience, recording that song and then going right up to the Oscars and representing India for music.
And what does this award mean now?
Every award is very special. And a national award coming from the government is very unique when you are recognized, and the song is recognized through this, the music director, the film, everything gets a recognition. So I feel very, very grateful and absolutely delighted, overjoyed.
You come from a musical family, and your family, your son and your husband, all of them are deeply into music. Your son, who used to be an independent singer, independent musician, has now emerged to be a full-time musician scoring films, music for films. Yes. Has he taken it from you?
Well, yes, everybody in the family, both sides, loves and practices music. So ultimately, of course, it's his choice to take it up as his life and take the music forward. So we are very absolutely happy for him and willing to give all our support for his plans, his dreams and his passion.
What kind of tips you have been giving him?
I don't give him tips except support, motherly support. Of course, he has learnt music not only from me, from several great gurus. So otherwise, I'm just a quiet, affectionate mother, and I hope to be just that.
Best Playback Singer awardee, who has been your inspiration all these years?
Well, so many musicians across India. I grew up in Bombay, was born in Calcutta, so there's a little bit of every culture in me. And so many singers have paved the way for me and many singers of my generation. So each one is an inspiration.
I also want to speak to Amrit if I can. The family must be extremely excited, Amrit. You're also a musician.
Yeah, honestly, it's. I think it came quite a surprise to us. I'm a big fan of Polly Francis, and it's a beautiful song. And I think about 1.5 years ago when it came out, I remember after the recording, it was sort of like ringing in my head for a while, and I'm glad that it's got the recognition it deserves. I think it's a beautiful song. I haven't watched the movie yet, but yeah.
Who broke the story to your mom first?
I got a call from a friend who's also an actor, and her film got a national award as well. And she said, "Congratulations to you." And I was like, "What are you congratulating me for?" And then I found out that it's for my mom's national award. So yeah.
What kind of tips does she give you, and in what way you have been inspired by your mom?
Honestly, I mean, like she said, she's just been a pillar along with my dad. They're both incredible pillars, and they both sort of been my best friends and also my institution since I've been spending most of my time just working with music. So no specific tips, but just support.
Right. Jayashree, so much of influence of artificial intelligence technology in music. Do you use that? How much has that changed the field of music?
Well, it's not yet in my way. I'm sure there's a lot good that AI does, but I am neither aware of what it is capable of or what it does. I have no encounter with AI as for now, but I'm sure it will be there on the way.
And what next for you in terms of your musical journey, your career?
Practicing, and I'm composing for a Singapore-based production company, which is a dance drama, to be premiered in Chennai and Singapore by the end of the year.
In your view, why is music important?
There's no friend like music. I think music can be your closest friend in times of ups and downs, and to just be a non-judgmental friend that can only give. I think that's the reason we have this gift from nature, music, to make us better individuals, to feel better, to empathize with everyone around you. That's what music does, and it shapes you to be a beautiful person.
Right. And you still write?
Yes, I try to.
You write poems or songs for lyrics for films?
Yeah, simple songs. Yeah.
And you are a disciple of Lalgudi Jayaraman, the legendary musician. Tell us about your experience of being trained or learning from him.
That was the biggest turning point in my life when he decided to take me under his wings. Right. An extraordinarily great, legendary musician, as well as a human being who was willing to offer and give his students, which included me, so much. So I feel very blessed to have been trained by him.
Thank you so much for your time. And we have Mr. Ramnath, very shy, standing the other side, on the side. I'm going to nudge him to speak. How do you look at this? Did you expect it?
Well, no, not really. When my son Amrit informed me, I was driving actually, and I was quite thrilled. And as I was entering my house, Pali Francis, the music director, he called me and told me in Malayalam that this is what has happened, and then I broke the news to Jayashree. It's a lovely moment.
Have you watched the film on screen?
No, I haven't watched the film. I haven't heard the song. But after the award was announced, I listened to the song. It's beautiful. And I think it deserved an award.
Right. Thank you very much for your time, and congratulations again, Jayashree, and wish you all the best. That was Bombay Jayashree and her family talking to us as she has received the Best Female Playback Singer Award given by the National Film Awards.
So continuing with our conversations with the National Film Awards winners, Sharmila Tagore, veteran actor, also spoke to NDTV on her recent win of the National Film Award. This was for her performance in the movie Gulmohar.
Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Many congratulations on the big win at the National Film Awards.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Does this come as
so much to us?
Right. Does this come as a bit of a surprise, or were you expecting it?
No, we were not expecting it, and I was absolutely over the moon because it's so well deserved. Rahul is a first-time director. This is his debut, and this film has had such a wonderful journey because everyone, I mean, from the audience reaction, they loved the film, and then many awards from all forums. So, I mean, obviously the National Film Award is the icing on the cake, and we're absolutely thrilled with this. And Manoj also gets a special mention. I think it's, and also it's got for the best dialogue. So I think it's wonderful. And I'm so happy for Rahul and for all of us.
Right, ma'am, the fact is that do you think this is the moment in a way that OTT movies have arrived? Because this was a movie which released on an OTT platform. It's not a big screen picture which got the most coveted award at the National Film Awards. So how do you see this as a moment when OTT films are getting the top recognition as far as movies in the country is concerned?
See, film is a film. And it, you can't really differentiate. Obviously, it's wonderful to see it on a big screen. That doesn't really compare because a small screen and a big screen, there's a huge difference sitting together with the audience and enjoying the film. And had we then, thought of releasing it on on theatre instead of OTT, I think it would have been wonderful. But at that time, we didn't know. The producers didn't know that this will be such a success. I think had we released it, because we've seen it, we had a few screening on the big screen, and that was even a more enhanced experience. And film is a film. I mean, Lapata Ladies has released on the big screen, and I'm sure it would have been a great success had it been on OTT also. So it just happened to be on OTT. Let's not compare it, but OTT at least has more appetite for our kind of film.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
EC declares poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, J&K to vote in 3 phases, 18th and 25th of September and the 1st of October. Haryana will vote on the 1st of October. The results will be declared on the 4th of October. Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister, takes to the streets over the rape and murder. Horrific incident. The Chief Minister has said that our BJP in fact sent its goons to Arjikar Medical Hospital. Calcutta High Court has meanwhile slammed the state over the vandalism that took place on the eve of Independence Day. Bangladesh interim government head Mohammad Yunus has spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. PM Modi has said that Mohammad Yunus has assured the safety of minorities. PRS leader KTR shocker insensitive comment on women. KTR has apologized, but he had said that women can do breakdance in buses. After backlash, he has apologized now, and he has spoken to NDTV saying that the comment was made in lighter way.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Judicial digital infra push is the future of Indian judiciary in online courts. In fact, Kolkata High Court, Kerala High Court has taken the lead here. The High Court has set up its first digital High Court branch in the district of Kollam. This is a significant initiative by the Kerala High Court, and it is being launched. It has been launched by the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. This is country's first exclusive digital court for negotiable instrument act cases. This has come up in Kollam. Joining me now is N.S. Napinai, who is an advocate and also founder of Cyber Sathi, and public policy expert Khushbu Jain. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Napinai ma'am, to you first. You also appeared for the Kerala government in the sprinkler case, which actually exposed the inadequacies when it came to the Data Protection Act. And Sprinkler had also talked about the importance of anonymity, the importance of privacy. What happens to, these concerns when we move towards something like online courts?
The first thing I would like to say is that kudos to the Kerala government and, in fact, it's a national initiative, I would say, for adapting technology. Because we need to see how we can use technology to our benefit. In the case that you mentioned now, Vasudha, there also the issue was about the concerns on data protection when, technology was being used during the COVID pandemic. And it was, again, kudos to the government that they volunteered to anonymize the data to protect health data, which is tagged at the time as sensitive personal information. And that was a positive step forward because, under that law as it was then, governments were not even covered. So just moving back to what we are seeing today, this is something I would say as a next step to the e-court initiative that that was taken up by the Supreme Court in 2005. A lot has happened and a lot more remains to happen, but this is a great further step, I would say, in terms of networking, in terms of connecting courts to be able to share data and most importantly to provide speedy justice.
Right. Khushbu Jain, a question that everybody seems to be asking is, will online courts help in reducing the lengthy backlogs that Indian courts are known for? During COVID, we did see those online hearings. In fact, when it came to the same-sex marriages, I quite enjoyed and sort of like found the online hearings very helpful. In some ways, do you think that this will be helpful to the judiciary, and do you think that this is the future of Indian justice system?
Absolutely. If you'll see, there are more than 4 crore matters which have been pending, total matters which have been pending, vary between different court in India. Now, if we look into technology, will in a way enable, because if you'll see, there are 3 steps to it: lack of infrastructure, increasing the number of judges, and at the same time making sure that there are no pendency of the matters, the continuous pendency. And this pendency of matters, the continuous date comes is because of the aspect that tomorrow the lawyer is is in the aspect that I'm today in this court and tomorrow the matter is listed in another city in a court. So this will in a way help out that virtually one can sit, and these kind of matters, especially the petty cases which are there, these can be solved seamlessly and swiftly so that this pendency decreases. At the same time, when you look into this will also, it's not just about pendency, but this is such a ease when it comes to technology being adopted, because if you look into India, people have to travel to go to the court when it comes to filing of the cases, when it comes to deposing, when it comes to recording of statements. And if you'll see the new law which have been come up and adoption of these kind of e-courts, the filing is done swiftly, the dates are coming smoothly, and this will help out that people in their own location can appear in the court and can get that speedy justice which we are talking about. So it will bring in that transparency, accountability, and at the same time, the speedy fair trial which we talk about.
Right. Nabine ma'am, also help us understand how can courts also go beyond, using technology to help common people assemble evidence, understand law better, and also how will dispute resolution take place? Because one thing that we keep talking about is settlement, mediation. How do these non-judicial processes, how will these be accommodated in the online world?
Interestingly, it appears that along with this online court initiative, there is also an alternate dispute resolution online process which is being inaugurated by the Chief Justice of India. So it's wonderful that both of these initiatives are going hand in hand. Just to take it a little bit further beyond what we already have in terms of news, Vasudha, you've touched upon a very important aspect, which is mediation. And the first step to mediation is for parties to understand what is happening in court. To me, the biggest advantage that has happened post-COVID lockdown and with us moving to virtual courts and now having hybrid courts is the ease of access to the common man to what is happening in court, what is happening to his case, where is it proceeding, how is it proceeding. So even if they want to just watch what is happening in court to understand trends, they now have that opportunity. They will be able to understand better beyond what their lawyer is informing them of where they stand in a particular case and take an informed decision. I'm not for a moment suggesting that their lawyer would not guide them right. I'm just saying that here is information which is in addition to that. So I feel that this whole process of adapting technology to bring the process of law closer to every single individual for whose sake the very system exists is a big leap forward. We need to know as individuals what courts are meant to be, what is the meaning of a legal system and how it is supposed to function and how it is supposed to help us.
Yes, thank you, Napine ma'am, and thank you, Khushbu, for joining us on this discussion. Important day for Indian judiciary and court system with Kochi, with the first, online court coming up in Kollam in Kerala. Of course, this has been inaugurated by the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud himself. Going across to another important story that today has been witnessing, Smriti Irani, former WCD minister and BJP leader, is talking about the horrific rape and murder case that happened happened in Kolkata, which has of course sent shockwaves across the country. Let's listen in to what she's saying.
मॉब को कंट्रोल किया जाए, रेपिस्ट अगर और हैं तो उनको ढूंढा जाए.
मैम एक सवाल है, केंद्रीय मंत्री और बंगाल के प्रेसिडेंट सुकांता मजूमदार प्रोटेस्ट में बैठे थे, उनको हिरासत में ले लिया गया, जबकि मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी रैली निकालती है.
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, keep your focus on the victim. We are here today for a girl who was brutalized because she went to work in a hospital hoping to save lives. My question is again, a young woman after hours of duty trying to save lives in a hospital wanted to just rest. She was raped, her legs broken, her nails taken out, her chest beaten, injury on her belly, her eyes also injured, bleeding from the vagina, bleeding from her eyes, injury on the lips. All these reports are out in the media. Did she not scream? Of course she would have. Was there nobody who heard her? And was it possible for one man to do this? Why is it that a rapist felt safe enough after raping a woman to go back, and people who came out to protest so that a woman gets justice are attacked by a mob?
Ma'am, Chief Minister gives deadline to CBI to conclude the investigation by Sunday.
Does the Chief Minister of Bengal want to ensure that investigations are not completed in totality? Why is she in a hurry, knowing that these questions are still unanswered? Why did not the Kolkata police bring to justice the officer who has informed the parents that the girl committed suicide? Under whose instruction was that call made? Why is it that a petition says that there was 150 mg of semen found in the girl's body? And why is it that no action, no statement has come out which in some way gives people of our country an understanding as to who the perpetrator or perpetrators of the crime are? Can you imagine a barbaric, brutal act like rape takes place on a floor? Who in the hospital administration thought that renovation should be done? How did that hospital staff know that that area which they hoped to get renovated was also not a part of the crime scene? And is this
That was BJP leader and also former minister Smriti Irani speaking on the horrific rape and murder case that happened in West Bengal, in Kolkata some days ago. Of course, that sent shockwaves across the country. And today the protesters were also assaulted. She's talking about how this will lead to a nationwide agitation of sorts. That was Smriti Irani speaking in Calcutta on the Calcutta horror. Moving on to other stories, Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President, has now hit out at people spreading narratives that he says will disrupt the Indian economy. He has said, without taking names, extremely worrying that a person holding a constitutional position asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy. This is what Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President and the Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, said today. He was, of course, referring to Rahul Gandhi, who is a leader of opposition, and he was speaking at a law college today in the national capital, and he has said that people holding constitutional positions are asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying the economy, and that is extremely worrying.
Jurisdiction of institution is defined by the Indian Constitution, be it legislature, be it executive, be it judiciary. Jurisdiction of courts is decided. Constitution provides original jurisdiction, appellate jurisdiction. It provides review also. But we have curative. If you do not focus on these nuances, I wonder who shall do it. Think about it. I got extremely worried when a person holding constitutional position just last week declared in a well-publicized media, I would say, campaign, beseeching Supreme Court to suo motu invoke jurisdiction, to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy.
Meanwhile, the head of the interim government in Bangladesh, Mohammad Yunus, has spoken to Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. This is the head of the interim government of Bangladesh. In fact, he dialed Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. And the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has said that Mohammad Yunus has assured the safety of minorities in Bangladesh. Remember, there have been at least 200 attacks on the Hindu minority that lives in Bangladesh. It's about 8% of the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received this call from Bangladesh's interim government head, Mohammad Yunus, today.
हमारे हाई कमिश्नर वहाँ के जो एडवाइज़र हैं फॉरेन अफेयर्स के, उनसे उनकी मुलाकात हुई। उस मुलाकात के दौरान उन्होंने जितने हमारे मुद्दे हैं, द्विपक्षीय मुद्दे में बातचीत हुई। उस दौरान जो वहाँ पर हिंदूज़ हैं और जो हमारे माइनॉरिटी वर्ग के लोग हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा को लेकर भी बातचीत हुई। और हमारा ये मानना है कि हमारा आशा भी है कि जल्दी से जल्दी वहाँ पर नॉर्मलसी आए, ताकि वहाँ पर जो हमारे अल्पसंख्यक के लोग हैं, हिंदू वर्ग के लोग हैं, वो लोग सुरक्षित हों और उनकी सेफ्टी और प्रोटेक्शन का ध्यान दिया जाए।
Moving on, after much outrage, BRS leader K.T. Ramarao has apologized for his remarks on women, saying that women are busy peeling onions and garlic while using the free bus transport services provided by the state government of India. This is also after a women's panel began the probe into his comments. During a speech to party workers, KTR spoke about women utilizing the state's free bus travel scheme, which was introduced shortly after the Congress came to power in the state. Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister Sitaka, in fact, was among the first to come out and condemn the ex-minister's comments, and she has said that it reflects a certain mindset towards women.
BRS Working President, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, middle of a controversy, your comments saying that women can peel onions, can stitch, or even get into a break dance inside a bus has created quite an outrage. Now the Women's Commission says they'll have a probe, and the minister has asked you for an unconditional apology.
Well, I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. You know, when the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does, in fact, call me, I will respond.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in
Hello everyone, you're watching NDTV. I'm Maria Shakil, and here are the headlines we are tracking this hour. Protest versus protest in Kolkata over Kolkata rape and murder. Mamata Banerjee takes out rally demanding death penalty for accused. Alleges BJP sending people to RG Kar Hospital for creating havoc. BJP holds another briefing.
Smriti Irani tells TMC not to politicize the issue. Election Commission declares poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir to vote in 3 phases. Haryana votes in a single phase on October 1st, counting for both the states on October 4th. Vice President Dhankar raises constitutional propriety question while addressing the students at a law university. He says he's worried about narrative aimed at destroying economy. The interim government head of Bangladesh, Mohammad Yunus, dials Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi tells Mohammad Yunus assure safety of minorities. Sharmila Tagore and Manoj Bajpayee starrer Gulmohar wins award for Best Film. Rishabh Shetty gets the Best Actor award. And amidst nationwide uproar over the Kolkata hospital rape and murder, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee today took out a rally in Kolkata. She has also given an ultimatum to the Central Bureau of Investigation that the CBI must submit its probe report and ensure that the accused is hanged till death by Sunday. Mamata Banerjee has said that it's BJP which had sent its people to RG Kar Hospital for creating mayhem. The BJP, meanwhile, has taken a counter-protest in Kolkata as well.
BJP, সব লোকজন BJP পার্টি পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও BJP দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু বলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন, রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, तेरा रेप मेरा रेप की पॉलिटिक्स को बंद करें ममता दी। ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडों की एक फौज इकट्ठी होती है शहर में और पुलिस को पता तक नहीं चलता? ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडे आकर, मॉब आकर अस्पताल में तोड़फोड़ करते हैं और मीडिया की रिपोर्ट्स ये कहती है उन चीजों के साथ तोड़फोड़ करते हैं जो शायद एविडेंस का हिस्सा है।
Shifting focus to another story now, the Election Commission has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. 90 seats of Jammu and Kashmir will vote in 3 phases, and the election in Haryana for its 90 seats will be held in a single phase on 1st of October. The results of both the assembly elections will be announced on October 4th.
Nomination being on 5th of September, last date of making nomination on 12th of September, date of poll 1st October, and date of counting coinciding with J&K on 4th of October, everything to be over on 6th of October. Elections in J&K will be held in 3 phases. 20th of August, just the next day of the Amarnath Yatra being complete, the 19th, would be the date of notification for the first phase. Nominations till 27th, scrutiny on the next day, 28th, and date of poll will be 18th of September, and it's a Wednesday. We are also keeping that in mind, not keeping Fridays and Mondays to give a longer holiday spell. Second phase would be on 29th of August, and the statutory period of nominations and all, poll being on 25th of September. And phase 3, nomination on 5th of September, and every voting finishing on 1st of October. So counting would be on 4th of October, and everything would be over, bind up on 6th of October.
यहाँ लोगों की अपनी हुकूमत थी नहीं और उसका खमियाजा भी हमने भुगता है। आज चलिए देर आए दुरुस्त आए, इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से 3 फेजेस में इंतखाबात के तारीख का ऐलान हो चुका है और बड़ी जल्दी से जो है ये शेड्यूल जो है समाप्त होगा।
And after much outrage, BRS working president KTR has apologized for his remarks after women's panel also began probe against him. During a speech to party workers, KTR had spoken about women utilizing the state's free, in fact, Telangana government's free bus service scheme, which was introduced soon after the Congress came to power, that he essentially had said and mocked women for peeling onions and garlic and traveling in the free bus service, and had added also that they could use the bus for some kind of song and dance. Later, Mr. KTR apologized while speaking to NDTV.
BRS working president, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, middle of a controversy, your comments saying that women can peel onions, can stitch, or even get into a break dance inside a bus has created quite an outrage. Now the commission, Women's Commission, says they'll have a probe, and the minister has asked you for an unconditional apology.
Well, I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. When the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does in fact call me, I will respond.
Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, while addressing a batch of law students, has expressed concern that people holding constitutional positions are asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying economy. He was speaking to law students, and his comments were aimed at Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha.
Jurisdiction of institution is defined by the Indian Constitution, be it legislature, be it executive, be it judiciary. Jurisdiction of courts is decided. Constitution provides original jurisdiction, appellate jurisdiction. It provides review also. But we have curative. If you do not focus on these nuances, I wonder who shall do it. Think about it. I got extremely worried when a person holding constitutional position just last week declared in a well-publicized media, I would say, campaign, beseeching Supreme Court to suo motu invoke jurisdiction, to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? the world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief, leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Bangladesh's interim government head Mohammad Yunus has spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, told Mohammad Yunus that he should assure safety of minorities. In fact, the two leaders also said that they should continue and take forward the bilateral relationships.
हमारे हाई कमिश्नर वहाँ के जो एडवाइज़र हैं फॉरेन अफेयर्स के, उनसे उनकी मुलाकात हुई। उस मुलाकात के दौरान उन्होंने जितने हमारे मुद्दे हैं, द्विपक्षीय मुद्दे में बातचीत हुई। उस दौरान जो वहाँ पर हिंदूज़ हैं और जो हमारे माइनॉरिटी वर्ग के लोग हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा को लेकर भी बातचीत हुई। और हमारा ये मानना है कि हमारा आशा भी है कि जल्दी से जल्दी वहाँ पर नॉर्मलसी आए, ताकि वहाँ पर जो हमारे अल्पसंख्यक के लोग हैं, हिंदू वर्ग के लोग हैं, वो लोग सुरक्षित हों और उनकी सेफ्टी और प्रोटेक्शन का ध्यान दिया जाए।
And it's raining awards for Gulmohar, starring Manoj Bajpayee and Sharmila Tagore. The award, in fact, they have received the Best Hindi Film Category Award in the National Film Awards, which were announced today. In fact, in other categories, the best director has been won by Suraj Barjatia for his film Unchai. Best supporting actress went to Neena Gupta for her role in Unchai. And again, my colleague Sam spoke to best female singer awardee Bombay Jayashree. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. How does it feel, your first award?
I'm grateful. I'm delighted for this national award, and it's come for this Malayalam song by Pali Francis. Thank you so much for having me.
Tell me about the experience of this particular number. It's called the Chayum Veil for the film Saudi Velaka.
Yeah,
it's a Malayalam film.
It's a Malayalam film, and I sang it for a debutant music director, Pali. It's his first music production. And I remember coming back home and telling my people at home that I sang a very enchanting song, lovely melody. So it was a lovely experience.
Did you at that time imagine that the number would fetch you the National Best Female Playback Singer Award?
Absolutely not.
Tell us about the context of that film.
The what?
The context, the meaning of the film.
I haven't seen the film.
The meaning of the song?
It's a very pleasant love song. And unfortunately, I haven't seen the film.
You have made a remarkable comeback. A few years ago, you suffered a health emergency. You were hospitalized in UK for a long time. Even there, I understand you spent time while recovering, writing songs. Tell us about that, how that helped you to make a comeback.
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, I was on a concert tour in the UK, and it's in Liverpool that I suffered this brain hemorrhage, aneurysm. But what brought me back is music, which is the only thing I know, and God's grace, of course. And my family was with me, my husband Ramnath and my son Amrit, who is a composer and a singer. So he kept nudging me to revive with me. So he kept singing through, and that's when I wrote a couple of songs, one of which is to be released very soon.
Nyabagam.
Yeah, Nyabagam was for the film Varshangal Sesham, Arsangalika Sesham. I also wrote a Tamil song which is going to be released as an independent song very soon.
And going back to our top story now, with regards to Kolkata doctors' rape and murder, the protests are happening all over the country. Doctors have taken out protests also in Delhi, and similar protests are being held by doctors in Lucknow. I am going to go straight across to my colleague Ishika, who's joining us live. Ishika, where exactly are you? And the doctors clearly are realizing that despite all the assurances, their primary objective is safety, security, and that has to really be assured by the government.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, the protests here in the, on the streets of the national capital, they continue. You can see behind me the scenes from here. These are the Resident Doctor Association, in fact, FODA, the Resident Doctor Association under FODA, that are in fact holding this protest march, and they are in fact, marching towards the India Gate. We'll go across to some. आज आप लोग के मार्च कर रहे हैं, मुख्य डिमांड्स क्या हैं?
मुख्य डिमांड यही है, जल्द से जल्दी जो कल्प्रिट है उन्हें पकड़ा जाए, सख्त से सख्त सजा मिले, वहाँ पर जो प्रोटेस्टिंग डॉक्टर्स हैं उनकी सुरक्षा हो। लास्ट नाइट हमने देखा किस तरीके से उनका पूरा हॉस्पिटल वेंडलाइज कर दिया गया, और ये सरकार की और पुलिस की कारस्तानी के बिना नहीं हो सकता। तो हम इसके अगेंस्ट हैं, और हमारा एक और मुख्य डिमांड सेंट्रल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट भी है। जब भी ऐसी घटनाएं आती हैं हम उसकी डिमांड करते हैं, सरकार हमें लॉलीपॉप दे देती है और कुछ नहीं करती। तो इस बार हम चुप नहीं बैठेंगे, इस बार हम बिल्कुल चुप नहीं बैठेंगे।
डॉक्टर हरीश गुप्ता, मेंबर दिल्ली मेडिकल।
लेकिन सर, ये जो सेंट्रल एक्ट की जो बात है, ये आप पहले भी मिल चुके हैं यूनियन हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से, क्या तभी भी एश्योरेंस नहीं मिला था इस पर?
देखिए, सेंट्रल लॉ अगेंस्ट वायलेंस एक इशू है जिसको हम लगातार परस्यू कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आज जिस चीज के लिए हम रोड पे आए हैं, इस सदी का सबसे हीनियस क्राइम देश की बेटी और एक डॉक्टर बेटी के साथ हुआ है। जिन लोगों ने ये क्राइम किया है पता लग रहा है ये गैंग रेप है और आज तक वो खुले घूम रहे हैं बंगाल के अंदर और उसके ऊपर जो हमारे शांति प्रिय डॉक्टर हैं उनके ऊपर हमले हो रहे हैं। बंगाल के अंदर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिल्कुल कोलैप्स हो गया है। जो वहाँ की चीफ मिनिस्टर एक महिला होते हुए महिला पे अत्याचार करते हुए चुप हैं। हम कहते हैं सरकार से इमीडिएटली बंगाल के अंदर राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाए, डॉक्टरों को न्याय दें, सब कल्प्रिट है उनको पकड़ा जाए, डॉक्टरों की सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर की जाए और पूरे देश में भी डॉक्टरों की वर्किंग कंडीशंस और सेफ्टी के लिए हम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से भी अपनी निवेदन करते हैं और इमीडिएटली बंगाल में राष्ट्रपति शासन लगा के हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
सर, हम आपसे ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि आज जो है आज सीबीआई ने एफआईआर फाइल कर दी है इस पूरे मैटर में, तो क्या उसके बाद होप्स बंधी है? आर यू होपफुल नाउ फॉर द जस्टिस?
बंगाल में जो सिस्टम चल रहा है उससे हमें नहीं लग रहा है कि कोई जस्टिस होने वाला है, कि सीबीआई इंक्वायरी कब तक आती है और कितने लोग इसमें इम्प्लिकेटेड हैं। उन्होंने एक फेस सेविंग के लिए एक आदमी को पकड़ करके अंदर कर दिया है, लेकिन हम लोग उसके बाद इतना वैंडलिज्म हुआ है। We are really concerned about the safety of the doctors.
We also have Tanishq joining us from Lucknow. Tanishq, over to you. Help us understand what exactly are these placards and what are the demands of the doctors?
Well, you know, Maria, I am right now at the 1090 crossing, 1090 Chauraha, the 1090 crossing in Lucknow. It is one of the busiest crossing in Lucknow, and all the doctors of the biggest 4 medical colleges in Lucknow today have gathered. This is by far the biggest protest since, of course, the protest began in Lucknow. Around 4 to 5 medical colleges, doctors of medical colleges have gathered here, and you can see hundreds of doctors here have gathered here to protest. Just now, recently, just 5 minutes back, they observed a 2-minute silence for victim. Now, very soon, they will hold a candlelight, silent candlelight march as well. These are the resident doctors, and not just resident doctors, in fact, faculties also of a lot of colleges of 4 biggest medical colleges in Lucknow, and you can see it's of course filled with doctors. And more and more doctors are also joining within a few minutes. Of course, all of them will be holding a silent candle march. We'd like to speak to some of the doctors here. As women doctor, आप लोगों को क्या-क्या challenges face करने पड़ते हैं?
सर, पहले तो एक तो हम अंधेरे में काम करते हैं, वहाँ बहुत सारे जब नाइट ड्यूटी लगती है, ऐसा नहीं है कि मेल रेसिडेंट्स के साथ करती है, वी डू इंडिविजुअली, तब ऐसा होता है हमारे इवन वी बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि इवन जब हम डेथ की न्यूज़ बताने जाते हैं, पेशेंट के घर वाले भी अंडरस्टैंड कि बहुत ज़्यादा डिसहार्टेंड होते हैं, बट समटाइम्स दे डू अटैक. कुछ लोग ऐसे होल्ड कर लेते हैं. It's very difficult for us to work.
So it is just not. It is, although it is definitely about what happened in Kolkata, but it is also more about the safety and security of the doctors as whole. Yes. Over to you, Mari.
All right, Tanishq, thank you so much for getting us those voices. Of course, the concerns of the doctors must be addressed because they are the caregivers. With that, it's a wrap from me. A special show coming up next. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The United Nations has tweeted that in Yemen, severe rainfall and deadly flooding have worsened the already dire humanitarian situation for millions across the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense. where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and
Hello and welcome to India Ascends. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. This is a show that gives you a ringside view of all that matters to India in the world of global politics and global economics. But first up, the headlines this week. India celebrates its 78th Independence Day. The Prime Minister pitches in with a continued reform agenda towards a developed country goal. Prime Minister Modi also spoke about divisive forces within the country that are derailing prospects. A secular civil code and one nation, one poll identified as key political and social reforms. Big voices this week on India Ascends. The big boss of AI, Nick Bostrom, global geopolitical expert Kishore Mehbubani and former diplomat Vikas Swarup on India at 2030. Seventh round of talks between US and Israel spy chiefs since the Israel-Hamas war broke out on 7th of October last year. Egypt and Qatar are brokering the current peace talks, even as death toll in the ongoing war may have crossed 40,000 mark. Remains to be seen if any truce will stop the retaliation that Iran has vowed after Israel carried out twin assassinations. Ukraine's assault of Russia's Kursk region has made it the largest incursion into Russian territory since the Second World War. Ukraine claims it now is in control of 1,000 square kilometers of Russian territory. Russia has announced a state of emergency. And the World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of monkeypox or Mpox as a public health emergency of international concern, with Sweden and Pakistan reporting a case each. China has said it will monitor individuals and persons entering the country for the next 6 months. Our big story this week. India celebrated its 78th Independence Day. Prime Minister Modi spoke about a continued reform agenda. So how will India chart its next course of action in the field of economics, politics and technology and other such areas, including climate, disaster relief? That is our big story. This is a special India Ascends episode where we do a bit of crystal ball gazing into India's journey to superpowerhood. Is India at 2030 and beyond going to be completely different from how it stands right now, economically, politically, and in terms of the power projection that we've been talking about? On the economic front, India is poised to be a $7 trillion economy, the third largest in the world. On the global political stage, India will be one among the two powers in Asia and play a very active role in shaping the entire Indo-Pacific region and most certainly the Indian subcontinent, which was also going to be the epicenter of a lot of power play in the next 5 years between India, China and America. And as I see India's roadmap to 2030, I envisage three clear trends that will take place. First, there will be a definitive push towards building a clear grouping geared to address the China challenge in Asia and particularly in the Indo-Pacific. As India grows, its strategic and security calculus will have to be driven towards addressing the threat China poses. The grouping could be either the existing Quad with a clearly defined territory charter against China, or even a Quad Plus where ASEAN countries could formally be part of it. Remember, ASEAN actually faces a lot of the threat that China poses on waters. The second trend will be a more mature and deeper naval presence in the Indo-Pacific and a clear power projection in Asia. India does not need to build bases far away since it's not an aggressor, unlike a China, but locations like the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which are close to the Malacca Straits, will have to be developed and in fact must be developed to ensure that they are more than just existing research locations. And the third clear trend will be a clear shift towards technology and tech-enabled economy. India is getting on the semiconductor bus late, but that doesn't mean it cannot catch up. And the way to do that is to focus on the assembly, testing and packaging part of the value chain. This is the low end of the semiconductor value chain, where China currently dominates. One where companies can be incentivized to shift operations to India, and one where every country in the world wants to ensure that they can have that shift. Assured availability and supply of semiconductor chips is a global concern, and I feel India stands to gain significantly if it provides just the right set of SOPs in the next couple of years. To talk on all that and more, let's get in the set of top voices on the show. We've got a lineup of power-packed top voices. First up on the show. Kishore Mehbubani, Distinguished Fellow at the Asia Research Institute, joins me to talk about what could India be in the next couple of years and the India-China power equation as well. Mr. Mehbubani, thanks so much for speaking to me on India Sense. So my first question, what do you think should be India's moves going forward, directions in Asia and in its neighborhood in the next couple of years that could define its position in the Indian subcontinent?
Well, I'm extremely optimistic for India. You know, there are 193 countries in the world. It's actually quite surprising that the list of countries the number of countries out of 193 countries for which you can feel strongly optimistic for is not very great. But India is on top of the list of countries that you can feel optimistic for. And India's growth is just beginning. You know, it's like where China was in the 1980s, 1990s, and then you saw subsequently how fast China grew. So India is approaching its takeoff phase for its development. And like many people, I'm optimistic for the future of India.
Mr. Mehbubani, I am very optimistic about this, about India's prospects. And that's exactly my next question, which is that you've talked about China and the long game that it plays. How do you see the India-China equation going forward? Because we're talking about a rising India, a growing India, and a slowing China. The two trends coming together.
Well, I think the India-China relationship is one of the most important bilateral relationships in the world by far. And I think if India and China can maintain peace and keep on growing economically, both of them, then frankly, we will have the Asian century that I've spoken about. You know, my book, The Asian 21st Century, when the German publisher published it, I asked them how many downloads you expect. They said, we'll be happy if we get 20,000 downloads. But instead of 20,000 downloads, there have been 3.6 million downloads in 160 countries. So it shows you the world is psychologically preparing for an Asian century. But for that Asian century to come about, the two Asian giants, China and India, must be able to get along. And I can tell you that many of the countries in Asia are worried about the China-India relationship, and they hope that there'll be some kind of stability. You know, that China and India will never become close friends. Okay, that's not on the table. But if China and India can maintain a workable relationship and continue to have normal trade and economic relationships, then I think, frankly, both China and India can prosper without necessarily having to become close friends.
Okay, so but what about the power equation, the power dynamics in the Indian subcontinent? Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Maldives. It's the same India-China equation that's coming to play. How do you see it?
Well, I would say, next to India is a region called Southeast Asia. And out of the 10 countries in Southeast Asia, 9 have an Indic base. You know, the civilization of Southeast Asia have been influenced by India dramatically. And most Indians are not aware that the most successful regional cooperation organization in the world is in Southeast Asia. Even though Southeast Asia, with 700 million people, close to 700 million people, is the most diverse region on planet Earth. Yes, 250 million Muslims, 150 million Christians, 150 million Buddhists, Mahayana Buddhists, Hinayana Buddhists, Taoists, Confucianists, Hindus, communists. It's a remarkably diverse region, and yet that is growing incredibly fast. Okay? And I'll give you one statistic. In the year 2000, Japan's economy was 8 times the size of ASEAN's economy. 8 times in 2000. Now it's 1.2 times bigger. By 2030, ASEAN will be bigger than Japan, which was the second largest economy in the world. So there are parts of Asia that are growing and thriving and doing very well. And there are huge economic opportunities for India in Southeast Asia.
There's also a region where there are deep American interests. How do you see America in this power dynamics in this region?
Well, I can tell you that ASEAN, when it was created in 1967, was attacked as a pro-American organization. In fact, both China and the Soviet Union condemned the creation of ASEAN in 1967. And sure enough, ASEAN has amazingly managed to maintain close ties with the United States of America and managed to maintain close ties with China also. And you know, the United States has invested more in the ASEAN region than it has in China, Japan, South Korea, and India combined. That's an amazing statistic, amazing. So it shows you, and at the same time, the China-ASEAN trading relationship is the largest trading relationship in the world. It came to almost $1 trillion in 2022. So you can see, therefore, that Southeast Asia has learned to handle the relations with both China and the US extremely well.
All right, Kishore Mehbubani, thanks so much for speaking to NDTV on what India-China dynamics is going to look like in the next couple of years. But how does India move ahead? What will India look like and its geopolitical equations look like in the next 5 to 6 years? We've got another top voice on the show. That's Vikas Swarup, former diplomat, he's former spokesperson of the External Affairs Ministry, joining me on the show. Mr. Swarup, we speak at a time when India at 2030 conversation is gathering pace. We celebrated the 78th Independence Day. How do you view India in the next 5 to 6 years from an economic as well as a geopolitical point of view?
Yes, I think, look, right now India is in a geopolitical sweet spot. If you look at our entire neighborhood, you know, there's a lot of instability. We are the only bedrock of stability in the neighborhood. And internationally also, India is now acknowledged as one of the poles of the multipolar order. You know, our HADR capabilities, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief capabilities are recognized the world over. Most importantly, earlier when India was seen as part of the problem, now India is increasingly seen as part of the solution. So I think that is the big change that has come. And come 2030, I think we would be the third largest economy in the world. And that itself will add to India's heft. It would add to India's weight in world affairs. And it would further expand, I think, India's soft power as well as India's hard power.
If India is part of the solution, then tell me, sir, how is it going to now shape the future world order?
No, we are shaping the world order already. I think we will shape it even more in the years to come, because on any important conversation that involves the entire world, whether it is climate change, whether it is cybersecurity, whether it is international terrorism, whether it is global health, you cannot do without India. After all, we represent 1/6 of humanity, which means our voice has to be heard. And more importantly, the decisions that we take in all these vital matters are decisions that will impact the rest of the world. So our voice is definitely already being heard and will be heard even louder in the years to come, just because of the sheer weight that we bring to international affairs in terms of our population, in terms of our economy, and most importantly, in terms of our human resources. Because, you know, India is one of the youngest countries in the world. We will provide probably 25% of the world's labor force.
Mr. Swarup, Kishore Mehbubani just joined me on the show, and the first thing he said was India-China don't need to be friends. They need to find some way of working together with each other. How do you view the India-China equation? Because that's really going to decide the next few years and decades for Asia and the world.
No, security is very, very important. And unfortunately, we live in a neighborhood, you know, which is a bit volatile, which is prone to instability. And then we live next to two nuclear powers, Pakistan and China. So from that point of view, security is paramount. It's very, very important that we secure our neighborhood, because, you know, the whole purpose of India's foreign policy is to secure a favorable external environment for our domestic development. And that is why securing the neighborhood becomes very important. And that is why we have the neighborhood first policy. Because if your own neighborhood is not stable, then how will you move and how will you work towards stability in the wider world? So that's why I think neighborhood first is very important. And, you know, we are forging partnerships with each of our partners, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Bhutan, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it is Maldives, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Myanmar. With all of them, we have ongoing dialogue, we have ongoing cooperation mechanisms. We have contributed in a major way to their progress and development. Of course, we also have to deal with challenges, and I think China is a major challenge. But I think the beauty of diplomacy lies in managing the challenges and enlarging the areas of cooperation and shrinking the areas of disagreement.
Indeed. And for the next 5-6 years or 10 years maybe, for India to actually take leadership of Global South, how important will be areas like climate change and disaster relief where India needs to lead from the front?
Climate change is obviously, I think, the foremost challenge facing the world at the moment, because as the UN Secretary General has warned, we are on a catastrophic path to almost 2.3 degrees centigrade warming, which would mean absolute catastrophe for not only the human ecosystem, but also the animal ecosystem, the plant ecosystem. And that's why, agreements like we had during the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, during the Glasgow summit are important. We have to phase down our use of fossil fuels. We have to increase our use of green energy. We have to, try and make development as sustainable as possible. And I think India is taking a leading role in this. Some of the world's largest solar plants are coming up in India. We have massively upscaled our own use of renewable energy. And I think Prime Minister Modi's vision of this lifestyle for environment is very, very important. Climate change is not just an issue of global warming. It is also an issue of our lifestyle choices. If our lifestyle choices are going to be such, which are going to contribute to global emissions, then, whatever we may do, we are not going to be in a good position. And that's why it's important that we change our own lifestyle. We try to live in harmony with Mother Nature and try to adopt climate-friendly policies, programs, and of course, our own daily schedules in sync with the environment.
Ambassador Swarup, thanks so much for speaking to me on NDTV. Well, as far as India at 2030 is concerned, it will be defined by India's economic transformation. That, I think, is the most important. 7 trillion, 10 trillion, whatever it may be, that's really going to be the big game changer. It will allow us to be a player in the global supply chain. It will allow us to attract big-ticket manufacturing. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, spoke about reforms. He said this the most in his 11th Independence Day speech, and he said it needs to follow through, whether it is in reforms in agriculture, manufacturing or education, skilling, all that needs to follow through for us to get there to the vision of India at 2030. Add to it the port connectivity, which I feel is most important. Presently, 7 out of the top 10 ports in the world are owned by Chinese companies. That's the reason why they have the export growth that they do. By 2030, India should have at least 2 or 3 major ports in the world. The SEZs around these ports could be the catalyst to push the big-ticket exports. And this will ensure that India becomes part of the global supply chain. Plus, climbing the tech ladder to be part of the high-tech manufacturing story is really going to get us to that India at 2030 vision. Shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on the show. Whether peace has a chance or not in the 10-month-long Israel-Hamas war, we're going to know that in the next couple of days. It started after Hamas's horrific October 7th attacks on Israel, but now all parties are desperately seeking a truce. They all need it. But it's anyone's guess if it can happen or not. People of Gaza most certainly need it. The report suggests that death toll has crossed 40,000. And in fact, some reports suggest that just clearing the debris is going to take them $700 million, if not more. Israel needs the truce as well, since there's no other way it can get those hostages back. Well, US needs this as well, since the continuation of the war is very bad optics for both the candidates in an election year. And without truce, hostilities in the region will not reduce. Iranian president also needs this truce because he is right now compelled to respond to what is a very embarrassing attack on Iranian soil against the Hezbollah and Hamas commanders. And he'll be deterred only when there is a peace deal. And the truce is also needed for US President Joe Biden. It will be his lasting legacy as he bows out of the Oval Office in a few months. Remember, he's not contesting again. What is it that he takes out from the Oval Office? He could probably take that truce. Remains to be seen whether it happens or not. This second wide-angle show on India ascends today. With 194 million followers on X, anything that Elon Musk says has the power to multiply manifold. The tech billionaire knows that, and he is now at the epicenter of a raging controversy of using his position and his social media platform X to promote what many people feel is actually half-truths, even as he's championing free speech. There lies the irony. From terming UK Prime Minister as too tired to doing a 2-hour-long, very positive, favorable interview with Donald Trump, Elon Musk is now testing the limits of his platform X. Which way this tussle will go will probably decide the fate of the platform as well as the future of free speech argument as well. Remember, UK doesn't have the First Amendment, which means that people actually get jailed. They can get arrested for what they say, and that's happening. When the protests happened in the UK, a lot of people did get jailed for just that. And the question that we're asking today at Wide Angle is that will Musk start a larger overhaul of the free speech laws in Europe, or could he be one of those who could be facing possible imprisonment for violating the existing laws? Only time will tell which way this goes. Well, this is a show where we've got another top voice. As I said, power-packed top voices on the show. And now it's Nick Bostrom, the AI guru, who's talking to me at a time when the world is witnessing conflicts from Russia, Ukraine, and the Israel-Iran one to the turmoil and flux that's happening in Bangladesh. It's the role of technology in stoking some of these fault lines that's really coming to fore. Nick Bostrom talks about that and a lot more. Thanks so much, Professor Bostrom, for speaking to me and speaking to NDTV. The first question, sir, I want to ask you is that what really does India's role is as far as the overall automation process is concerned? How do you see that unfolding, whether from a business point of view, from a social point of view, and the impact this could have for a country like India?
Well, I think maybe the next pin to fall there might be these kind of customer service call centers, where the technology, I think, already is good enough to automate a lot of those jobs. Then I think there will be a new generation of AI, maybe around next year or so, where we start to introduce more agentic capabilities. So far, the sort of leading edge large language models are basically question answering systems. And I think what we will start to have are simple agents that can execute a sequence of tasks in pursuit of some user specified goal. Maybe you can ask it to do some simple, like make a travel booking or something initially, and then it will kind of expand out from there. It will also be interesting to see whether robotics will start to advance. So far, I feel robotics has been lagging a little bit. Like the most impressive AI systems so far have been purely text-based or solving various games. But if robotics really starts to work to the point where you can sort of do a demonstration of a task, like how you fold your laundry, and then you have this kind of Optimus bot or some other bots that can learn to do that, then that would open up a much larger scope for automation of various manual tasks as well. It will be a fast-moving field over the coming decades, I'm pretty sure.
Professor Bostrom, AI also scares a lot of governments. Are there enough guardrails in place? Is enough being done about it?
There might be enough for the current generation of AI systems, but AI, as I said, is a rapidly moving target. And the guardrails and regulations will need to be able to adapt very quickly as the technical capabilities of AI systems advance. We can just look back a few years ago and see how big the difference is between what the current generation of language models can do compared to what was possible 5 years ago. And then if you extrapolate a few years into the future, we might see an equally large or even greater leap in capability. So I think regulators will need to be very fast moving and keep informed. And we shouldn't imagine that we could sort of now define the ideal regulatory solution, put that in place, and then sit back and watch things unfold. This will need to be adapted almost in real time.
Professor Bostrom, this is India Sense, and I have to ask you, how do you view India's role in shaping AI and technology tools of tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on India. I know it has a strength in software, and I think that could be leveraged to. I mean, ultimately, AI is kind of software. You need big chips to run it, but I think there's an opportunity there to get in on this AI transition early, and then that could unlock huge opportunities for the future. And I think AI will be a central factor that determines the shape of things to come.
Professor Bostrom, many thanks for speaking to NDTV. And with that, we've come to the end of India Sense. But I leave you with this video this week, which is of the 4 air chiefs of India, Spain, France and Germany who flew in a formation as part of the multinational exercise Tarang Shakti that was held in Sulur in Tamil Nadu. Take a look. With that, it's a wrap on this very special edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back.
good evening everybody. The most important poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana have been announced by the poll body Election Commission of India, and there is also a nationwide protest of doctors that continues to agitate against the horrific rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata recently. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin, but first the headlines. It's protest versus protest in Kolkata over the rape and murder of a junior doctor recently in state-owned RG Medical Hospital. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and also TMC Chief, has taken out a rally today demanding death penalty for the accused. She has alleged that the BJP is sending people to RG Hospital. BJP has held a counter briefing, and Smriti Irani, BJP leader and former minister, has asked the TMC not to politicize the issue. Election Commission has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir will vote in 3 phases, 18th and 25th of September and 1st of October. Haryana will vote in 1 phase on the 1st of October. Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana counting will be on the 4th of October. Important statement by Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Mr. Dhankar has raised constitutional propriety. He has said that he is worried about the narrative that's aimed at destroying the economy. Bangladesh interim government head Mohammad Yunus has called Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that Mr. Yunus has assured the safety of minorities in Bangladesh. National Film Awards have been announced. Gulmohar has won the Best Award for Best Film. Rishabh Shetty, who is the Kantara actor, has won the Best Actor Award. In the midst of nationwide uproar over Kolkata hospital rape and murder case, West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee took out a rally in Kolkata today. She has given a Sunday ultimatum to the Central Bureau of Investigation, the central agency that has taken over the probe, the instructions of the Calcutta High Court to ensure that the accused is hanged till death by then. Mamata Banerjee has said that it is the BJP which has sent people to RG Medical Hospital. BJP meanwhile took out a counter-protest to Kolkata. BJP leader and former minister Smriti Irani accused the TMC of politicizing the issue.
BJP, সব লোকজন BJP পার্টি পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও BJP দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু বলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন, রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে আইবিএসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, तेरा रेप मेरा रेप पॉलिटिक्स को बंद करें ममता दी। ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडों की एक फौज इकट्ठी होती है शहर में और पुलिस को पता तक नहीं चलता? ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडे आकर, मॉब आकर अस्पताल में तोड़फोड़ करते हैं और मीडिया की रिपोर्ट्स ये कहती है उन चीजों के साथ तोड़फोड़ करते हैं जो शायद एविडेंस का हिस्सा है।
So as you know, this horrific rape and murder in Kolkata has also set shockwaves across the country, with several cities coming out in protest. One of my colleagues, Ishika, is there in New Delhi today, and she's also reporting on the doctors' protest. Remember, doctors across the nation are asking for safety protocols to be put in place. Ishika, tell us, what is the sentiment on ground, and what kind of resonance do you see with the doctors of Kolkata, especially after this vandalism incident and also the rape and murder that happened in Kolkata recently?
Well, Vasudha, there is certainly a lot of anger, among the resident doctors, even here in the national capital, and that is why we are seeing that a series of protests are being held by various resident doctors association. In fact, today also the FODA, which is an association of the resident doctors, they held a march from Safdarjung to India Gate, and we are in fact present with some of the doctors here. I'll go across to them. You are also a female doctor. How do you see that incident, and especially, what are the demands right now that you currently have?
So first of all, I want to say that I am a proud nurse, and we nurses stand with the doctors and women of this country. So we have to tell that justice and safety, these two things are the demands that we are putting forward through this march. So that's it. These two things you have to just make sure that we the women of India are getting in this.
So certainly, we are seeing that there's a lot of anger among you all as well. Certainly, because the incident was very horrifying and the way the investigation was held. But as of now, what are your primary demands? Are you also demanding for a Central Protection Act from the government?
Yes. As we can see that they have stopped us in between. We have to reach the India Gate, but they have stopped us in between. So we want that our march goes till the end, and we want some more doctors, some more nurses, and all the healthcare professionals with us, so that we can fight for the women of the Bengal or a daughter of India.
So certainly, as you heard here, the female doctors and nurses here, they were certainly very angry. Sir, we want to know from you, even today you were holding this protest, but you were stopped by the police here. That day we saw when the students were carrying out protests in Kolkata, there was vandalism there. So how do you see this? And do you think that after this, you'll get some concrete assurance from the government side?
Actually, ma'am, I just want to tell you that earlier it was a student movement going on, but now the Indian Medical Association, with each and every branch all over the country, has now decided to support all the student movements, and it is now going to be a pan-India movement. And initially there are hiccups, but we are not going to relent. The movement is going to be persistent, and until and unless our demands are met, we are not going to stop.
So certainly, as you heard here, the doctors continue to say that they are going to continue to hold protests until and unless their demands are met. And certainly they are demanding for a Central Protection Act. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what will be the government's role now, and will they listen to the demands of the doctors or not? That certainly remains to be the bigger question. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika, for those critical details. Reporting on the national capital of the state of doctors. Tanishq, over to you next. You've been tracking doctors' protest in Lucknow for many days now. In fact, you gave that wonderful line, "Save the saviors," which is what doctors of Lucknow have been saying for the past few days. Tell us, has the anger subsided a little bit? Because, since the vandalism incident took place, doctors are, they're more angry now. They're demanding answers, and they're also wanting that special central law which will safeguard their rights.
Well, of course, Vasudha, the vandalism incident was, of course, a pivotal point. It reignited the protest again, because before that, the FODA had actually met the health minister, and the RDS across of medical colleges were discussing whether or not to continue the strike and the protest. But after that incident, their resolve became even stronger, and they said that the protest and the strike will continue no matter what. Now, today, of course, as the days pass by, the protests have been intensifying. Today, for the first time, all the medical colleges, around 4 to 5 medical colleges of Lucknow, came together and protested at the 1090 crossing, which is where I am right now. I would like to show you. They also, there was also a small candle march that was held. And today, UPRDA is holding a candle march across all the RDAs of medical colleges are holding a candle march as we speak. So, of course, the protests have definitely intensified. This is by far the largest protest in Lucknow since the protest started. But again, what are the demands? Because it is very important to hear what are they actually demanding. What are your demands actually? क्या चीज़ आप लोग चाहते हैं बदलाव हो सिस्टम के अंदर जिसके लिए प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है?
सबसे पहला बदलाव तो यही है कि वी वांट जस्टिस, द अक्यूज शुड बी पुट बिहाइंड द बार्स एंड देयर इज नथिंग दैट वी कैन से बिकॉज इट इज़ अ वेरी हाइनियस क्राइम दैट हैज़ हैपेंड अगेंस्ट आवर फीमेल कलीग बिकॉज वी आर ऑल्सो सेकेंड ईयर जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स एंड द अक्यूज शुड बी पुट बिहाइंड द बार्स. Second is the Central Protection Act should come into force and there should be more safety for everybody working in the hospital and all the campuses because it is high time that we take such action seriously and do not take it lightly because this will continue and go on and on if we are not going to take a step today and for a better future tomorrow.
For a better future tomorrow. One small word from you. We are running out of time. क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप? एक छोटा सा.
एक बात है कि हम डॉक्टर दिन रात एक करके आप पब्लिक के सर्विस के लिए लगे रहते हैं, लेकिन आज एक भी पब्लिक हमारे सपोर्ट में नहीं आ रहे हैं. पहली बात तो डॉक्टर वो बाद में है, पहले वो लड़की है, वो समाज की लड़की पहले है, बेटी पहले है. डॉक्टर सेकेंडरी है, कोई पेशा प्रोफेशन उसका डॉक्टर है. ये इसलिए नहीं कि हम लोग डॉक्टर हैं इसलिए हम सपोर्ट में आए हैं. डॉक्टर के साथ तो हम हैं ही, लेकिन वो पहले बेटी है, वो देश की बेटी है, वो बंगाल की हो या कहीं की भी हो, वो देश की बेटी है. और पूरे हम और लोगों से अपील करना चाहते हैं, पूरे देश से अपील करना चाहेंगे कि सब लोग एक साथ आए. वो देश की बेटी है और इस पर कोई भी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होनी चाहिए. जो भी है जजमेंट पूरा क्लियर आना चाहिए और जो भी आरोपी है उसको हैंग किया जाए, फांसी के अलावा और कुछ दूसरा, और जितना जल्द हो उतना ही जल्द उसका डिसीजन लिया जाए और तुरंत उसको सजा दिया जाए.
Speedy justice.
Also, at the same time, we don't want scapegoats. The real
fair investigation and speedy investigation and speedy justice is their clear demand, and of course the safety and security of doctors across India. Yes.
One more.
Well, thank you, Tanish, for joining us with those details. Also, my colleague Ratnadeep, who reports for the NDTV from Guwahati, has voices from the ground in Assam. He has spoken to doctors there. Let's listen in to what they said.
With the rest of the country